exercise held last month, where movement restrictions were enforced as part of environmental cleanup measures. Reacting to the ruling, the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Losa Adams, said the government respects the decision but will appeal.
The government remains focused and wish to inform the general public that the state government will appeal the judgment that came out of the High Court. We have discovered that the judgment has been given, and we can confirm that that judgment was delivered sometime last week, and we have already asked our legal team to proceed to filing an appeal against the judgment.
However, the human rights defender has faulted the commissioner's position, insisting the court has already voided the relevant sections of the law and warning against any further enforcement of movement restrictions.
In response to the press statement issued by Honorable Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability Edo State, Honorable Losa Adams, Esquire, on the recent court judgment regarding environmental sanitation exercise, March 30th, 2026. We await Edo State Government appeal notice. The leadership of Freedom Ambassadors Organization read and watch with utmost dismay the compendious ignoramus elegy exacerbated by the Commissioner for Edo State Ministry of Environment and Sustainability on court prohibition of restriction of human and vehicular movement by the Edo State government during environmental sanitation. In the statement, Honorable Commissioner insists the governor may declare restriction of movement during environmental sanitation exercise, relying on Article 6, 7, and 8 of Edo State Environmental and Pollution Law, which provisions have been declared void by Court of Competent Jurisdiction due to its inconsistency with Section 41, Subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Article 1213 of the Africa Charter on Human and People's Rights. This statement shows that the supposed legal luminary lack understanding of the basic principles of rule of law, the supremacy of Nigeria Constitution and the court of law. Any attempt by the governor, his agents, to ultravise, further declare restriction of movement of citizens, either directly or indirectly, will amount to contempt of court, and we shall invoke the full wrath of the court.
Rhoda Jomi, Vop TV News.
The Edo State Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the World Health Organization, has marked World Health Day with activities promoting preventive health care. The event featured a health walk and medical outreach aimed at encouraging healthier lifestyles. Rhoda Journey reports.
Edo State Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the World Health Organization, has commemorated the 2026 World Health Day, days after the official April 7 observance, with the theme Together for Health Stand with Science. Activities began with a health walk in Benin City as health workers moved through major areas to promote healthy living, allowing for wider participation of stakeholders and residents. The exercise also featured sensitization visits to markets and schools alongside community medical outreach services aimed at improving access to basic healthcare. Officials say the initiative underscores the importance of preventive healthcare and service-driven approaches to improving public health.
And the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with partners like WHO, have rolled out free health awareness campaign, following with free medical outreaches that is started today. One have started today at the Ijobe along Airport Road, where the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with Arise Diabetic, always carry out free medical screening and treatment for diabetic and hypertensive patients every Tuesday. So today, being Tuesday, we have dedicated our place for more expansion of free medical outreaches and treatment for common ailments like malaria, diabetes, hypertension, and the likes. And tomorrow we are going to continue with the free medical treatment or outreaches at Oropota Hall, and it is Panty next tomorrow being Thursday. So the aim of this is to make sure that we just get in touch with people, sensitize them, educate them on the importance of healthy living, and dwelling more on making our environment clean, we maintaining hygiene, then protect ourselves from mosquito bites to avert malaria.
Like you can see, the team for the World Health Day today is Together for Health, Stand Up for Science. So we are trying to see to it that we let everybody know the importance of health to you as a person and to people around you. Okay, so we keep doing this, we keep saying this during the road rallies. Just like we came out from the press briefing, we saw the permanent secretary on behalf of the Commissioner for Health said things about this, and it actually it was very interesting for us. We're happy to hear that, and then we're going around to the markets now. We still get to the market, we'll go around Ring Road talking to them, everybody will see. And there's an outreach going on immediately after this rally at the Arise Diabetic Support Center, number 10 Airport Road. We'll do that outreach today, we'll do it tomorrow, we'll do it on Thursday. What we're trying to do is also to give people free BP checks, free sugar and blood glucose checks, and also distribute malaria drugs, also do testings, distribute them. There are free consultations that will be going on, eye checkers, free glasses distribution, courtesy of the governor of the state, courtesy of the governor of Edo State, courtesy of the Ministry of Health, courtesy of WHO and other development partners. UNICEF is also part of us.
Outreach efforts also provided residents with basic medical checks and health information, encouraging healthier lifestyles across communities. Rhoda Jomi, Vop TV News.
You're still watching Reporters File on Voice of the People Television. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying tuned. The Africa Center for Leadership, Strategy and Development has reaffirmed its commitment to ending harmful traditional practices. This follows the reported abolition of the Mani-woman practice in a community in Cross River State. Correspondent Ferdinand Igba reports.
The National Summit on Male Feminism and Gender-Based Violence Prevention in Nigeria, bringing together stakeholders from across the country, including traditional and religious leaders, policymakers, civil society actors, and members of the Male Feminist Network. The founding executive, Africa Center for Leadership, Strategy and Development, said the summit is a platform for reflection, accountability, consolidation of progress.
Members of the press, what we present to you today is not just a resolution. It is a restoration of dignity. It is a pathway to justice. It is a proof that change is possible when communities choose courage over silence. We call on the media to amplify these stories responsibly, on policymakers to strengthen protection for women and girls, and on partners to support the next phase of this work. Above all, we reaffirm our commitment to a Nigeria where no girl is used to settle debt, where no woman is denied freedom in the name of tradition, and where justice is a lived reality.
He added that the purpose of the press conference is to formally bring to national and global attention a major breakthrough concerning money women practice among the behaved people of Obanleku local government area of Cross River State. This practice involves the use of young girls, often at extremely vulnerable ages, as means of settling debts owed by their families.
Change is possible when communities, traditional institutions, survivors, and development partners come together with courage and conviction to confront harmful norms and choose a different future. At our last briefing, we emphasized that the Male Feminist Network is not an abstract idea, but a practical intervention aimed at mobilizing men as accountable allies in the prevention of gender-based violence and advancement of gender justice. Today's briefing builds on that foundation as we begin to see how this work is translating into concrete community-level outcomes.
They, however, reaffirmed their commitment to Nigeria, where no girl is used to settle debt, no woman is denied her freedom in the name of tradition, and where justice is a lived reality. Ferdinand Igba, reporting for Vop TV in Abuja.
The Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators has hosted a summit in Abuja to promote alternative dispute resolution. The initiative aims to foster dialogue and strengthen peace building across communities. Ferdinand Igba again reports.
And security. Speaking, the chairman said the platform was created to address a major gap in Nigeria's peace and security landscape where violent incidents are widely tracked, but peace-building efforts remain largely undocumented. This platform, known as the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, ICMC, is to provide greater visibility for conflict resolution and peace-building efforts nationwide. The initiative is aimed to systematically document, archive, and map peace actions carried out by government institutions, civil society groups, traditional leaders, youth organizations, and community actors working to prevent violence and manage tensions.
To the contrary, the latter seems to be paramount or predominant in the sense that we have policies, fantastic policies and laws that support the practice of mediation, using the alternative dispute resolution spectrum to resolve our disputes. So there are laws and there are policies, very beautiful. But on the contrary, what we have as a challenge is that there hasn't been much of awareness. And like I said, for the fact that the Institute has been existing for over 2 decades, and till now is still yet to, a lot of places in the country you go to and you still find mediation strange to people. People are not really fully aware of the mediation as an alternative that they can explore to resolve a dispute.
According to other members of the ICMC, while insecurity trends, armed actors, and violent incidents are frequently monitored by national and international systems, the same level of attention has not been given to initiatives aimed at preventing conflicts. They added that here is a need for a stronger community participation in governance and peace building, noting that local communities must be empowered to play a more active role in managing their own affairs.
Mediation as it is, we need to understand that there are diverse ways of getting into it. It could be by means of party writing, informing a mediator, inviting a mediator into their matter. It could also be a situation in which mediators, like our institutes, notices that, okay, there's a problem that needs to be resolved, then we so moto go into that sphere and see how we can assist in ensuring that there's peaceful question, there's peaceful resolution of the dispute.
There is a way that you can resolve disputes that will be win-win for everybody. In mediation, you leave the mediation table and you go for lunch together because you are both winners. And that is part of what we want to achieve tomorrow. That's one. Then two, we want people to know that it even exists. The institute itself will not involve itself in mediation. We are the ones that will go out there and sell the gospel and also show people that it works.
It's important that they start focusing on what is positive, focusing on what works, focusing on what we can learn from, because that is the only way they can actually tackle the myriad of problems. Ferdinand Igba, reporting for Vop Tv in Abuja.
Residents in Edo State have continued to express concern over the state of insecurity in Nigeria, calling for stronger measures to address the situation. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny reports.
Continue to trail a claim that insecurity in Nigeria has reached what has been described as a state war, amid rising incidents of attacks, kidnappings, and violent clashes across parts of the country. Some residents in Benin City have expressed deep concern over the situation, saying the level of insecurity is alarming and affecting daily life and movement across communities.
Insecurity in Nigeria has gone beyond every man's reason. and it was spoiled by political and greedy criminal leaders we have in the country. And for we to have a good society, we must have a good government. The government must be responsible. And any government that fails to protect citizens and welfare is completely a fake government. So what we expect from what I can say today, the present government of Nigeria has failed. Tinubu has completely failed Nigeria in all aspects of our lives, security, health-wise, or whatever. So we only just left for us now for us to get our mountain thinking and look up to have a better country. To address insecurity of Nigeria today. Nigeria is one of the best countries.
Yes, to put security in place through an is to ensure that federal government make provision for good security to ensure that those doers perpetuating security will be brought to play. What I see so far, particularly in the northern part of the country, where there's prevailing crisis like Boko Haram and others. So there is no actual for the government to actually sort out where they are hideout.
Meanwhile, others acknowledge the security challenges but urge calm, stressing the need for stronger and more coordinated efforts by relevant authorities to address the situation.
The state government, they are not helping the matter because according to the reliable source, this present government, the money that they are giving as executive votes, they multiply the kind of it's double than what they have been receiving before. So you cannot expect the president all the way from Abuja to be in Bono, at the same time to be in Katsina. So and he has given the state government, he has empowered them, he has increased the monthly security votes. It is not left for them now. People say they want to be dedicated, they want to be committed. They're supposed to have put security kind of in place, like this local vigilante. So that in that case now, it curb the activities of bandits.
Different views highlight growing public concern over insecurity in the country as calls continue for improved security responses. Brother Johnny, Vop TV News.
Still in Edo State, Governor Mandi Okpebholo has inspected ongoing projects across Edo Central as part of efforts to assess development and ensure accountability. Rhoda Journey again reports.
Edo State Governor Mandi Okpebholo on Tuesday inspected ongoing and completed projects in Edo Central as part of efforts to assess development across the state. Okpebholo addressed issues relating to ongoing development efforts in the state during the inspection tour.
We have gone around schools today, you have gone around roads, you have gone around hospitals, you have seen for yourself, you've seen water. So these are the things that matters to our people. These are the things that our people want to see. And that is exactly what we are doing with federal government allocation given to us. And for me, my interest again is also to make sure that I live Edo better than the way I met it. So we will continue to work for our people. We will continue to make Edo shine. And that shining agenda of our government is as a result of Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President. So I want to thank you for coming. And I believe you will spend like 2 or 3 days in Edo State. At the end of the day, I am not the one to tell you go and speak for Tinubu because we are not getting this money from the bush. He's giving us and we are working with it. Thank you very much. And God bless you, my brother.
During the exercise, the Edo State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Kasim Afeboa, and popular Nigerian musician Idris Abdulkarim accompanied the governor across various project sites.
30% of the geographical spread of Edo, and what you have seen, you can say to everybody. So I'm here
to tell everybody that truly His Excellency is working. I've gone around Central, and I've been able to see some of the work that His Excellency is doing. In the next 1 year, 2 years, you see all the achievement.
The inspection covered roads, schools, and healthcare facilities across Edo Central, with officials saying the exercise is part of efforts to strengthen project monitoring and delivery. Brother Johnny, Vop TV News.
And finally, concerns are mounting over the rising cost of house rent in Lagos. Residents say the increase in prices are making accommodation unaffordable, putting pressure on their standard of living. Voice of the People TV's Oyindamola Olukutan took to the streets to get reactions.
Nigeria's commercial hub continues to witness a steady increase in house rents, leaving many residents worried about affordability. For some, relocating to cheaper areas has become the only option, while others say they are forced to share apartments or negotiate payment plans with landlords. Many residents attribute the hike to inflation, high cost of building materials, and increased demand for housing.
Right. Okay, my take on policy on this aspect is just because of the policy made in Nigeria some reason ago. Because nowadays there's no policy backing up the tenants or the landlords. So the landlords just come of a sudden and increase all of the issues that the material what by now is to increase increase in the material of the building, increase on the building material, everything is low. We only need the government to intervene on the policy to help the tenants out, so to affect the low income workers a lot to the extent of what will happen. Actually, there is still a lot the Lagos State can still do, because one, the regulation, because there should be an intermediary in between the Lagos State and the Landlord Association, because there's an association backing them up. So the Lagos State needs to go and make the association, okay, what do you really want? So don't let that affect the people working in Lagos to the extent they would have be moving away from Lagos. Because if moving away from Lagos now, they will not be looking at extra, okay, once I'm moving from Lagos, they will look at the transport, so they'll be making a mix of finding a work elsewhere. So to affect the income, the GDP of Lagos entirely himself.
While tenants express frustration, some landlords and agents argue that rising maintenance costs and economic conditions have made rent adjustments inevitable.
Pretty expensive. Very, very appalling situation right now. But I think we've gone beyond the stage of blaming government for almost everything. For me, I choose not to blame government. Rather, I think I think it should go down to the local government, because there's so much funds going to the local to the state now. And probably the states do not know what they should do with it. Or they are not doing what I think they should do. They can do better. Yes, but considering the economic quagmire we all find ourselves in right now, I do not think it's way beyond. It's a global problem for me, and we shouldn't blame everything on government, like I would say. I'm not, a proponent of that.
Stakeholders say the situations call for urgent intervention, including policies that can regulate rent and promote affordable housing schemes for low and middle income earners. As the cost of living continues to rise, many Lagos residents say access to affordable housing is becoming a growing concern that requires immediate attention. Oyindamola Olukutan, for Voice of the People TV.
And that wraps up this edition of Reporters Filed on Voice of the People Television. Stay connected with us by subscribing to our YouTube channel and following us across all social media platforms at Vop TV Live. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching and join us again next time.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop Tv, as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not continue to talk, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Across several regions of Nigeria, communities continue to grapple with insurgency, banditry, and kidnappings, raising fresh concerns over whether increased defense spending is truly translating into improved safety for citizens. The security crisis shows no clear signs of abating in 2026. Reports indicate that no fewer than 1,091 lives have been lost to violent attacks. Additionally, about 3.7 million Nigerians have been displaced, now scattered across nearly 3,900 camps nationwide. In recent developments, at least 23 people were killed and 108 others injured following a series of suspected suicide bombings in Maiduguri, one of the deadliest attacks in the Borno state capital in recent times. These troubling figures continue to raise a critical question: what can be done to end insecurity in Nigeria? Responding, Nigeria's Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima restated the federal government's resolve to defeat terrorism, declaring that those behind recent attacks in the country will be decisively confronted. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of Nigerians on this growing concern.
The federal government, that's one of their major role in keeping the safety of Nigerians, as in they have to be very, very, very active in keeping the safety of Nigerians, because that's one of their major priority. So, and again, as we individual, you have to be very, very vigilant. If you see someone that is not familiar with in your area or in your environment, you have to alert
the security operations, because you can see if sometimes you might be in your street and you see some new strange faces around you. So when you see such thing, at least you can call the security or maybe the vigilantes in your area. So with this, we can be able to curb the insecurity in our area.
The government should step up its action against it. Especially, I believe that the government has the capacity to do that. There was a time they were talking about state police. They need to hurry up in this issue of state police to equip them effectively, because the state police are people that will be taken from the indigenes, people that are familiar with the terrain. So this kind of people can easily understand what's going on around them. They can easily arrest the situation, because it has gone to the level that the insecurity issue cannot be downplayed.
Everybody is feeling the pains here and there. The security is, in fact, is a major issue that I pray that our president and his men will be able to tackle, so that Nigeria be more safer. Because without insecurity, the economy cannot really move. And without insecurities, nobody can be at peace. Without insecurity, even government itself will not be at rest. So we pray that sincerely this government will have the courage to tackle the insecurity aspect. Once that is settled, I know Nigeria will be better.
As the nation continues to seek lasting solutions, many hope that decisive actions will be taken to restore peace and safeguard lives across the country. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop Tv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop Tv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you're rocking with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philou Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger in the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kanta Museum. The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Ziro Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional site of the festival. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. Yes, it's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And guess what? It's another day. And guess what? Today is Friday. And we all know what Friday is for. Thank God it's Friday. Time to pop the champagne and, enjoy ourselves. So yes, and I hope you've not forgotten that I'm your baby girl, Precious Akumari, aka Call Me Prezi, as E-D-B. So yes, get ready everyone, because we are about to ride together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And today is very different. We'll be talking about a lot of things. So first on our list today, we're talking about a statement that was made by our Nigerian music executive, Don Jazzy, has sparked conversations online after sharing his views on why many people struggle financially. In widely circulated post, the Marvin Records boss suggested that poor spending habits play a major role in people not having enough money, noting that individuals often spend on items that do not add real value to their lives. So this remark quickly gained traction, with many users debating whether lifestyle choices are a key factor behind financial challenges. So this comment has really sparked conversations online. And yes, it reflects a broader message about financial discipline and prioritization. All right, let's see what Don Jazzy has to say.
And you cost. A lot of people spend money on irrelevant things that don't make sense. Sometimes you can be making money and you are like, the money is not enough, it's small. But I think that most people that I see, most young people that I see, actually just go as far as spending the money on wrong things, on too many things that they don't need. These things that they want. They want it. They don't necessarily need it, but they just go ahead and just get that. I've been blessed enough for a long time to be able to afford any type of car that I want, or even to like buy like a private jet or whatever. Yeah, but I have more.
Oh, sorry. If you can afford a private jet, I don't think there's anything more important. Like, well, what could it be?
Wow.
What could it be? What could it be?
Wow.
Okay, you have people to take care of.
Wow. Yeah, of course you have people. You have people to take care of. Nothing beats investment. There are different types of investments that you can put your money in, including investing in yourself, including going to acquire knowledge of something that you can actually charge people for. You understand? This forex that I'm doing now, I'm learning now, I'm investing in myself, whether I like it or not. Tomorrow is going to turn into something more important. I have more important things to take care of.
See, the part where Don Jazzy is talking about finances, talking about how to build yourself is very, very important. A lot of people have the money, you understand, but they buy things that are irrelevant. They don't need those things at that time, but they just want it, and it can just be there. So all those things are really not, I really accept what Don Jazzy is saying, because a lot of people have been in such situation where they find themselves, they buy things that they just want, not something they need and something that is very important to them or valuable. Do you understand? So it's good. Like I've said before, all the times, I always say, you see, investing is a very good way to preserve your money. And yes, because a lot of people see that, oh, they just want to enjoy, they just want to have fun, but they don't think about, putting or investing in places like getting lands, buying, doing better things, investing in yourself too. Like even Don Jazzy said, investing in yourself, learning skills that could help you in future. Do you get? But a lot of people, a lot of young ladies see themselves like, oh, they want to relax, they just want to spend the money and rest of that. It's not really good. So this particular one Don Jazzy has said, me, I'm in support of it, as it is a very good advice, and you should listen to that too. All right, let's go over to our comment section. A lot of people have brought up the issues where they talk about finances, talking about preserving your money and stuff like that. So let's go over to the comment section and see what our comment people have for us. All right, and K Solo Heat said sometimes when people get too much money, they begin to spend on things they don't need. He's not far from the truth, and it's the truth. And yes, comedian MC Coco said, "Now who done successful? Now who done successful advice? I they take now. Nobody they take poor man advice." All right, and Pretty Kurotini said, "Where is the lie?" Actually, you will see people that want to spend a lot drinking, taking themselves out, but they always don't really invest in themselves or invest basically on things that could preserve their money. It's crazy. A lot of people just want to just enjoy, eat, drink, sleep. You understand all those things? Very important to invest in yourself. All right, and Ugo Joy Adorable said, "Your choice. The people buying pages is still their choice." All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people, saying the statement Don Jazzy has actually put out. And Diary of a Girl in Tech. And she said, "I teach." All right. And Cupcake 01 said, "Saving would change your life. Before I buy something, I always ask myself, girl, do you need this?" Saving is one of the best ways to be financially confident. Then investing in the right things works. Yes. And you'd hardly have a conversation with me that I won't advise you to save. Even my family knows, say you get key cow for me to admit I have money. All right, it's locked and will never come outside. All right, waiting concern me, concern luxury life and show off. Who am I to impress? All the rich people I know don't impress or show off. I'm talking about show off. A lot of people who just want to impress people. They have the money to invest, but they don't want to use the money to invest. Rather, they want to spend it. So this is where people come out and say, "Oh, because your friend A did this, you too, you want to go and do it." Not that because you have the money, maybe you have the money to invest on something, but you just want to, because A did this, you just want to do it because he did it. Not that you need it. You see people spending money on, okay, birthdays. Let me take birthdays for an example. A lot of people also want to spend on birthdays and do a lot of things. But even if the money comes, why don't you invest it in something better? Simple, yes. Maybe you don't have that money now, and even if it comes, why don't you invest in something better that would also give you more money? But you just don't. Just because somebody else celebrated, you just want to celebrate too. We are not saying that it's not important to celebrate. Yes, but that's when you're sure, you're confident that that you can spend this money and more will still come out. But when you're not so sure, you just want to spend all that you have and feel that it will still come out. I don't think that kind of mentality is only left for people that have poverty mentality. I'm serious, but that is the truth. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, somebody left for people that have poverty mentality. I'm serious, but that is the truth. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, somebody said, "Advice plenty for rich man mouth. Drop updates. How boys go take become men. Leave too much advice." Actually, even if you drop advice, would they listen? The people that you feel that they are rich now, they didn't just wake up one day and become rich. They worked for it. So you too should work for your own money too. And MZ Eshe said, "Daddy, buy me, please." All right. And Ayo Lens Production said, "Kai, Don Jazzy, no quick talk now. Me, I don't go buy shawarma with 6K way they my hand. I be that one no be irrelevant thing." All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are saying about Don Jazzy's statement. And Marty Preezy said, "If every rich man spends wisely, how the people will go do PJ one take sell? You go get some kind thing where don't JSF they buy where other rich people go feel like saying a waste of funds." All right, and MC Pa Comedy said, "Now why Dangote refuse to buy Arsenal and choose to build refinery?" Actually, you get the point. Seriously. And Esther Zeche said, "Buying burger feels like a financial mistake in this economy." Actually. And Olu K said, "The question is not to buy. Can you?" All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments, but my advice, I still stand to what Don Jazzy has said. I support the fact that he has said you should invest financially, invest better, good investment actually. Invest also on yourself. See, a lot of ladies these days, I always talked about the gold digging thing, that a lot of ladies just want a rich man, made man. But do you also have that thought that these men that you're waiting for also need somebody that is also settled, someone that is also built? Because you can't stay and not have, work yourself to greatness and feel that, because you see other people being great, now you want to just come in like that and just, start spending money. Actually, Men actually know what they want. They are looking for people that will also invest them and make their money grow. Who one day for sufferness? That is just the truth. So it's a good advice that you invest in yourself, invest in your finances. It's a very, very good thing and it's very important. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, hope my milkshake and asun is not relevant. All right. We are not saying you shouldn't take all these things, but when you know that the money is okay for you to invest, why don't you invest something that will yield you more money to buy as many asun you want to buy? Do you understand? Not like you take the whole one money and just buy the asun and definitely you will not see the money again. But definitely when you invest, you see more money and you keep getting more money and you feel comfortable. Even when you want to buy the asun, you can buy as many as you want. It's possible. All right. And Francie said, and now every day I dey spend 23K for Jazzy's burger. I no go stop, Sha. It's too sweet. All right. And King Aderichi said, I need us now. Is well with you, with all the Arsenal fans. And Otoro Celine said, intelligent spending is key. That's very good, regardless of your financial status. Very, very important. Intelligent spending is key. And No Ezzy said, I have been blessed enough to eat boiled yam and stew with. I think I am overspending. I need to cut down my expenses. Go with you. And J Smiles Official says, shall build good home and invest in your next generation. Make no be prodigal family. Go chop all your investment. Last. All right. And Mula 4 King said, you are still not rich enough to buy. When you are, you will buy. All right. James Binar said, Bona Princess, leave the group chat and Timberland hey, is well with some of our comment section people, because you would sometimes people really baffle me. I see some things and I'm like, oh my God. See, we're still talking about investment and the statement Don Jazzy has said. See, wise thought. Invest in yourself. Very important. All right, enough of that. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And yes, we are talking about Grammy-winning rapper Cardi B has officially entered the beauty industry with her launch of her new hair brand. So Grow Good Beauty unveiled in April 2026 this line, which includes a range of products such as shampoos, conditioners, hair masks, and the rest of them inspired by her personal hair care journey and rooted in traditional routines influenced by her Dominican heritage. According to the artist, the products are designed to support her hair growth, repair damages, and care to a wide variety of hair textures. So this is a really, really good business. Like I've been saying, invest in yourself. Very important. You see, Cardi B is always in the music scene, doing music, and it's good to see that even the celebrities are even looking for more investment to do. And you see this, Cardi B, this is good. So the launch really follows nearly 3 years of development, highlighting Cardi B's hands-on approach to creating the brand rather than simply lending her name on it. So Grow Good Beauty has already begun generating a lot of buzz online with fans and beauty insights eager to try the product and see how they perform in real world use. And it's beautiful to see that Cardi B is really, turning better things to better things, to better things, seeing her doing her thing. And it's good. Beautiful people. We have a lot of celebrities that are into the fashion brands. Yes, they invest in themselves. So you have enough time to also invest in yourself. You're looking for somebody that you want to range over because the person has money and you don't want to work. You don't also want to work. It's not important, my dear. This time around, a lot of people, men actually looking for people that are going to invest too. And also they will be an investment in the person's life. Not you coming to reap. Let me put it, reap where also. But trust me, it's also good that you invest in good investment, like the one Cardi B is doing. And now she has invested in her hair business. And see, it is really, and just in 1 week, she has made lots and lots of money. And let's hear what Cardi B has to say concerning her brand.
It's funny that my product is green because my mom, she's a real mother plant. One of those people that owns so much plants, and she names her plants and she talks to her plants. If you look at plant growth products and everything, like the soils and everything, they're green. And to me, like hair is like a plant. That represents like growth to me, and it grows good. It's funny that my product is green because my mom, she's a real...
You see? The way she's just advertising her product is beautiful. I see hustlers, I see people trying to make, You do things that make people that, oh, I really want to get this. And this is really beautiful for Cardi B, despite the whole issues surrounding her, her life, her personal life, basically. Still, regardless, all those things didn't really put her back. She still stands as the queen, as she's always. All right, let's go over to the comment section where people and her fans have actually come out to say things concerning her brand. And a lot of people are eager to, know what the brand is about, know what her hair brand is about. And trust me, she has a very beautiful hair. All right, let's go back to the comment section and see what people have for us. And Cutty Lips, he said, I beg, help us tell them, make she enter Nigerian market. I won't buy. Oh, okay. All right. And Ruth Folk Bay said, is this supposed to be new? Wow, really? And Towe Diamond said, one of those who make it sold out, anything she sells, I am getting it. All right, only 3 people in this industry is allowed to eat my money. Wow. 1, Taylor Swift and Cardi B, and 3, Priyanka Chopra. I love these women so much. Okay, so people and their fans have been bringing out all their fans out. All right, Yemi said, rap queen for a reason. This shows that, seriously, that women are really, doing better things and greater things for themselves. I see women saying that, oh, they feel, see, gone are those days where people sit down and say, oh, because they want to just flex, they want to sit down and relax, their husbands will give them money. Let me tell you the truth. If you're a real queen doesn't sit down to expect things to come. They work. They also work. They push forward. They do things. They invest. They do good investment. Important. Very important. So I don't see any lady, I just see those people as failures, because anybody where you will sit down, say you be woman, you want to sit down, you don't want to learn anything, you don't want to invest in yourself, you don't want to learn a skill. I pity you, because I don't know what else you're looking for. Basically, all right, let's move. We're still seeing what Cardi B's hairline is saying, talking about, and a lot of fans are really happy for her and, congratulating her. And a lot of people are saying, oh, I really want to try this product. And yes, Creamy Lukes 565 said, Brady attendance is ongoing. All right. And somebody said, I'm buying it, baby. All right. And Eloviano said, as it should. Lol. Okay. And Life with Obi said, Ikweji to her and her brand. Ikweji to where they read the comment, Kilo Day. They were bringing them to Majuk's matter into this. Okay. And Coco P said, her prices, they reasonable. But if the Nigerian celebrities, they go one cut us. Okay. So come to think of it, her prices are reasonable. It's marketing strategy. It's what you do. It's not how you put your package in, definitely. But trust me, a lot of people would want to get this. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Pretty Gina said, nobody loves Cardi B rich pause. Okay. And Big Veb said, I love me some Cardi, clock it. And yes, Big Well said, Nigerian celebrities need to come learn how to do business from Cardi B. Okay, also, did you all see how much the hair care product was sold for? If na Nigerian celebrities, it would cost an arm and a leg, and they would expect their fans to buy. Meanwhile, over 90% of their followers base are average Nigerians who cannot afford 2 square meals. I think this is also very important, that sometimes where people want to, sell their market, they should also think about people, the masses who are really buying it from them. A lot of people would want to get this and will need it for their hair good, basically. But it's also good that people think of how other people, need to survive to get. It has to be affordable for people to get. So that's what I'm trying to say. And yes, somebody said this is what influence is all about. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Big Bina said, Pelu Pierre, oh my God, give me fame now. Okay. And Jayway said, much deserved. Cardi used almost 4 years testing the product on her hair until results were showed, as you can clearly see how neatly her hair is. Nigerian brands will market their products but will not use it on themselves. Really? That's a lot. A lot of, I basically saying a lot of people do, advertise their product, but they've never used it on themselves. So how do you expect people to buy it? It's as simple as that. You selling products needs you to use them too. You could, advertise your products by you using them and telling people, oh, I use this. This worked for me. That worked for me. So you don't just have to come out one day and start selling products that you have not used. And maybe the products are not really nice and you expect people to buy it. Well, this is why some people see what you ordered versus what you get. It's really funny. It's a lot these days because I've basically seen so many things I've bought online, but they don't resemble things that I have ordered. What I saw online was not what I got. So it's really, really funny to see those kind of things. So it's good that if you're marketing your product, it's best that you also use it so that people will know that you are doing that and you are using it and it's working for you. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about Cardi B and her product. And yes, Caleb G's hair said, celeb needs to learn from her, launch product for your followers and everyday people can afford, not what only your co-celebs can afford. Thank me later. And Ade Lamy said, handler loves Cardi and I love to see it. All right, let's take more and more comments. And B Dash said she has one of the most healthy hair I know. The length. Ooh, who saw the length actually? Her hair really looks very long and healthy. And Lady Frances said, is a baddie gang. Okay, and Jinx hair said celebs need to learn and launch. All right, we have more comments. A lot of people are really happy for Cardi and people are saying congratulations to her brand. And a lot of people also want to get the product. So it's beautiful seeing that our celebrities, like, you know, Cardi is really getting better and bigger, you know, and bigger and bigger. So this is good that some other women too should learn from Cardi, as people are saying. All right, and that's it. Let's go over to our next gist. And yes, we're talking about a viral video has been circulating on social media and has actually sparked widespread reactions after a woman alleged that she was issued a sudden quick notice by her landlord less than 6 months after renting an apartment. So in the clip, the visible distressed tenant claims she had barely settled in before being asked to vacate the property, raising concerns about security of rental agreements. And it's about these landlords, like we have a lot of landlords that people try to invest more in their homes that doesn't really look nice. And after some few months, you send them packing. That's really bad and it's really, really unfair. All right, let's see what this lady has to say.
Apartments before I rented it. This was how I rented the apartment. I was even happy that I did not listen to the first painter I brought to this place that was advising me to do screeding. He gave me a budget of like 550 something thousand for screeding. I was like, that was too much, that I cannot afford such. So I went to get another painter that now painted it for me. We first of all used like 2 or 3 coats of emulsion paint. Then we now go ahead with the satin paint. So that's the toilet, the bedroom. That's the first batch of tiles I bought that wasn't enough. I need to buy the second batch. That's the second batch. So this was the day the painter was working. They had to scrape off all those yama yama so that its work was still going on. Like, I haven't finished, but I just have to make the video. Started taking clients. So this is before I even finished working on it, because I eventually work on the toilet and did some other things. Anyways, joke on them, because I eventually removed everything that I installed in that place, my tiles, the electrical, the wiring, everything except the paint. And the reason why I didn't want to touch the painting is because I was already tired. I was so stressed packing, and also I was very, very tired. I just said, let me leave them.
So you see, sometimes I see these kind of things and I'm really pissed out about the whole situation, because tell me how you would want to tell a tenant to come to your house. You understand? The tenant has finished paying, done everything for the person to actually pack in to the house, and all of a sudden, after 2 months, you tell the person that, oh, you're giving the person a quick notice that you're no longer interested, that you want to just... It's sometimes I see this kind of things and I'm really pissed out. And I'm like, why? What kind of mind do you people have? This person has actually put in so much work in the house, seeing this, scraping the walls, trying to paint, and you even can imagine the kind of interior decoration she did in the house. A lot of stress. and everything, and you tell them, oh, that you're no longer interested. It's sometimes you get some landlords why would they see like that? Say, God, Jesus. I suppose they pray hard prayer for them. Because come to think of it, this is really, really unfair. And not be only one person don't see this, don't experience this kind of thing. A lot of people have experienced this kind of thing. Even nobody is just trustworthy anymore. Even people that are even looking for houses, both the landlords, both the agents, and everybody they do their thing. Come on, it's high time that people start being trustworthy in things that they do. Seriously, it's really, really not nice, and it's really unfair. All right, let's go over to the comment section. This is where people that have experienced such things have actually come out to say things concerning what this lady has gone through. She packed it into a particular house, and in less than 2 months, she was served a quick notice. All right, let's go back to the comment section and see what people have for us. And Tosan Souvenir said, "You do well for breaking the tiles." Oh my God. All right. And somebody said, I will first break the towel. So, all right. And Iwi Nosa said, I beg, deface that wall, please. You can't leave it for your selfish landlord. But seriously, this is really unfair to see that you put so much work doing the tiles, painting the walls, and all of a sudden he tells, and most of these people don't, all these houses are supposed to be well furnished, even better furnished before you even move in. Because tell me, if the landlord, if no be send money, the landlord be fine. Tell me why you go pursue this kind of person, say make it come out. Because why? This is really unfair. And it's heartbreaking. Someone that has done, like, paid you, moved in, fixed everything in the house, you just tell her to pack out. Why? For what reason? It's well. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, as Abi, you know, get children for area, we go help you design the walls. Which one is you are tired, drop addresses. Let's help you finish the paint, I beg. And Dolakid said, whoa, una go there all right. And another person, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are really talking about this because trust me, some landlords say, you need kabash for their head. Serious kabashing. A lot of people don't they face, landlords, wahala, tenants, wahala. I'm basically not saying this basically for only the landlords, but trust me, nobody's to be trusted again. Even tenants they get their own issue. But this is really unfair that this kind of person packed in 2 months. In less than 2 months, you're already serving them quick notice, and why they've already furnished the house. Not that you're even giving them compensation of what they have actually done in the house. Seriously, it's really painful. All right, somebody said the man still gain honestly. All right, and Demonstra said, why would anyone renovate a rented apartment? Why won't you renovate a rented apartment, please? You make it, that's why you paid for it. How can you go into a house that looks like that? She didn't actually, it's something that she wants. She can't stay in that kind of place. Even you stay for that kind of place. It's how some people don't really have that conscience. They don't. All right, let's see more. Then somebody said, landlords rent house for you for 1 year. You renovate them, they get mind share. Before you renovate any house, make sure it's not leased for at least 5 years. Because tell me why, I don't understand. Basically, what she did was to paint the house. So is she meant to stay in a broken apartment? Wow, this is really, it's how people think about this whole thing that is really baffling. And somebody said, go to where them kill goat, collect goat blood and carry them go there, make them repaint. It's well with you people. And somebody else said, they renovate another man's house without agreement from both parties. That's very important too. It's also good that even while renovating any apartment, you need to let your landlord know. Yes, the person that actually rented the apartment to you is very important. It's very, very important because a lot of people, this kind of things now, to avoid such things happening next time, it's also important that even before doing anything in the house, you let them know. But basically, I feel that once you have paid for an apartment, what's the law? For the rest of the year, you can do whatever you want to do in the house. Shall make you not spoil anything. That's just the truth. Yes. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, they renovate another man's house without agreement from both parties, like this old mistake that I wouldn't do again. And yes, another person said, next time, just buy palm. Okay, and expert OB said, find all these small area boys, find them something, make them scatter the wall paints. All right, and Hawa said, oh, so sorry about this. I pray you get a better place. Please involve a lawyer next time. Also good, it's also a good advice to also involve a lawyer when maybe next time you're trying to rent or an apartment for yourself. And yes, Alaga said, you still left it better than you met it. All right, essentially, Helena said, where are the lawyers in the house? Why are they all quiet? I don't get it. If this was a medical issue, the people in the healthcare sector would have already started advising us. Dear lawyers, isn't there any advice you can give to people regarding this sort of situation? And yes, Constance Mosu said, why are Nigerian landlords and landladies like this? I've seen so many relatable videos and it's like their habits. Most Ghanaian landlords are very appreciative. I painted an apartment. I was staying in Ghana before relocating to the UK. I rented just a year, but my landlord allowed me stay there for an extra 3 months without paying a dime, just to say thank you. So I was happy when moving from the house and didn't even take anything aside my personal belongings. Actually, we still have good landlords and landladies, yes. In as much as we have the ones that are not really nice, we still have good landlords that are really understanding and that really want to allow you, lease the house to you and also allow you to do whatever you want to do in the house. So, but this is also an advice that if you're trying to get an apartment for yourself, please, 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 one, you have to involve a lawyer, or even when you are being leased the apartment, please always talk to the person that has leased the apartment to you that you would want to do such thing in the person's house. Very, very important. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have more juicy stories to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The views on the street.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, it's still happening here on VOP TV, your favorite hub. And I'm sure you've not forgotten that I'm still your baby girl, Precious Akamanu, aka Call Me Pressy. And as you know that we have been talking about a lot of things that have been happening around you. And first off, yes, we're still talking about right now See, you have been saying so many things about engagements, about weddings, and a lot of things. But it seems that this 2026 not just great for anybody. But right now, you know, Big Brother Naija star Emmanuel Omo is reportedly set to tie the knot on April 17th. And yes, according to his post, the announcement, which quickly gained attention online, has sparked excitement among fans and followers of the reality TV personality. See, who is not excited? See, it seems that all these blessings and testimonies just they come for these our Big Brother people, because I don't understand what's going on again. Seriously, a lot of them have just been celebrating both weddings or both. This one will buy cars, this one will get this. So it is now too much. I'm not like asking, I beg go. Maybe we know if we got. You understand? Maybe we just know whether we go on day line. Maybe we go there wait. But this is actually beautiful, seeing that Emmanuel is getting up the market. Somebody clock it. All right, and to come to think of it, they actually look beautiful. Oh God. See? When I say love is beautiful with the right person. Yes, with the right person. No, may not go marry the one way you go enter. You go, they give you baskets for house. But it's really, really, love is really, really beautiful. Even if we have, even as much that we have people that are not really nice, because normally as they be, go still they happen. But it's also good that you believe that love is really beautiful and that you enjoy good and respectable love. Yes, that's very important. All right, let's go over to the sections. Fans of Emmanuel have actually come out to say beautiful things about his upcoming wedding, and people are really happy for him and saying congratulations to Emmanuel. So let's take some comments and see what people are saying about him. And yes, somebody said men are getting married to natural okay, with BBL to attract men. This life no balance. Congratulations to men. We sabi better thing. And Melanie said it's always the US-based women bagging the Nigerian men now. Congratulations to them. And Life said he married for papers. God, I beg go. Which one be say he married for papers? Because this woman is way grown, sha. See, you see one thing with some people that they are so pained. So even if the man is way grown, should be people, even young men say they marry people way old past them. So why are you people so pained that this guy has actually found peace and said, oh, I want to settle down. Now don't they carry on a bad character, they come outside. More now they calm down. All this is too much. More now they calm down. Anytime we want to see this kind of thing, why not just congratulate the person, leave matter for matter? Hey, Jesus. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, she looks older though, or maybe it's just makeup. Now, no. You don't find peace of mind. Now, that woman, in talk saying, now you find peace of mind. So allow him to enjoy his peace of mind. If you choose and say that, oh, that it is not your business, it's their matter, it's their marriage, let them enjoy it in peace. This is how Jide was getting, was getting married, and a lot of people are saying, oh, why did Jide go to the US to get a lady? Why didn't he come to Nigeria? Please, don't be where person find love, where person give them peace of mind, now you go there. Why don't they come down for this comment section? Because I don't understand. This is where we see people. Let's take more comments. And somebody said, now BBN guys, they marry past their women. I wonder why. Well, that's something to think about. And yes, somebody said, this one not senior you, Emma. I'm a nutshell, congratulations. In a nutshell, congratulations anyway. Waiting, I know self. Okay. And Shash said, him no they ever go for him mate. How they concern you, leave him. All right. And Just Prepay said, them just they marry my crush. Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. And Official Wendy said she's beautiful and well endowed. Actually, let's take more comments. A lot of people are congratulating Emmanuel on the new step he is about to take. And Princess Star said, Ifeanyi Chukwu Angel said, the men are getting married, the women are doing BBL. Hey, voila, don't be that. And Tema said, everyone is just getting married. God sent my own to me. All right, he must be rich, cause me self no lazy. Okay, that's a good one. And Emilia said, I love how men are marrying women of value. I just really want the women to do same. Stop marrying anyhow. Actually, that's the truth. If the guys are getting married to people that are adding value, you should also add value to yourself and also get married to people that are adding value. Yes, it's as simple as that. Because I can't see someone saying, oh, that they are digging gold. Please dig the gold. I don't even blame people that are saying digging gold again. Dig the gold very well. So that even when they come, they will also... It's very important that as a lady and as a guy, I've been saying it constantly. Please, Don't be idle. Eh? An idle man is what? A devil's workshop. So do you want to be the devil's workshop? No. So please find something doing so that the Otogo will come and marry you. And as a young man, so that the Adeze and the princess will come and, accept your proposal. Don't be saying when you don't get anything, you want someone come marry, you won't go put them for inside poverty. It's as simple as that. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, I love how men are marrying women of value. All right. And Aya said, God me self won't marry you. Oh, don't worry. Yours will come to those that are believing that they are going to get married. Amen to your prayers. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are really talking about Emmanuel getting married. And JC Variety Store said, I shouted out because waiting they sub. Under 1 week, 5 people don't marry. Adio! What's happening? Is there a deadline for marriage that I'm not aware of? I beg, help me ask them. All right, and some Bami Empire said, I'm happy married life to both of you. And yes, see, Jesse said, is there a deadline for marriage? Because congratulations to them. See, everybody's just asking, is there a deadline for marriage? Because what is going on? Everybody is just getting married. God! Hey, if I call on you now, she go they say, oh, Precious, why you didn't call my name? But it's the truth. You see, a lot of people now are getting married. Now, this is the time. The time is now. Okay. And to those of you, expecting to get your own testimony, to get your own God-ordained spouse, don't worry, definitely you will. It will click. But just do the right thing and be sure to open your eyes. Maybe you don't go enter Wahala. You understand? Because Wahala, no day finish. All right, and that takes us to our last story, and we're talking about Nigerian singer Adekunle Gold has sparked conversations online following reports of him acquiring 3 Mercedes-Benz vehicles within space of 1 week. Jesus, see, money, when I shout the money now waiting. Money now, what's up? The money long go. What? And come to think of it, Adekunle Gold and Simi have really, really been making waves this period, because what is not going is how, this marriage is so calm, so peaceful, and don't be the one where you go to hear this or that one. Everything is just classy and so calm. And I'm so happy that, you see, Adekunle Gold has added to his luxury of cars. And this is really beautiful. See, a lot of people are really happy. Fans have actually come out to say things concerning Adekunle's Gold achievement recently. And this is really, really a beautiful one. So let's go back to the comment section and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, the real Ababola said, and the guy sing one song we say money no they bring happiness. They can play first. And yes, Mohammed Lexus said, he no get money reach portable. They play. Okay, and Caribbean said this same man says that money doesn't give happiness, but he's smiling with all 32 of his teeth because of the happiness that money has given him. I go swear for him. I beg no swear for him, no verse. And Wabzi Zaza said, oh, more money they bring, money they music. It be like I go enter studio tomorrow. I beg go, be like I go follow you, no verse. All these songs where they sing for my ex every night before. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are so happy for Adekunle Gold. And yes, somebody said, all I can say is, more times waiting. Okay. And somebody said, please leave him. Have you forgotten when he sang Ire Ire? Finally found him. And somebody said, I tap into greatness, actually. And somebody else said, congratulations. I supposed to they see the latest Range Rover. Okay. And Olumi Daniel said, but wait, though, I think say Adekunle Gold once said, money no they bring happiness. But be like say, yeah, well, you don't see him now, happiness there. And Sugar Destiny said, pure example of money, nah, water, as I shout and before. And XX Army X said, God, I beg, may this money reach me too. Amen. Amen. Amen to that. And the Olusala David said, I'm so happy for Adekunle Gold, but this achievement got me thinking, why? A pop musician brought 3 luxury cars in 1 week, but nobody's complaining. Nobody's talking bad about it as it should be. But let's say it's a gospel or gospel artist or a pastor that buys it. You all will start complaining, saying that they had used offering money to buy it. Like, if pastors are not meant to enjoy life, or they cannot have a profitable side business that enables them to afford luxury, wait, is that not hypocrisy? Okay, see, I just believe one thing, that when you work for your money, it speaks for you. So if someone has worked, he deserves good things. So I don't know why you're saying because you're going to question. Why are you questioning? His hard work. He has worked for his money. You have seen songs that he has dropped. So why are you questioning? It's well with you. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at Vop TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. See you next time. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please, the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future for planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the EcoCity Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where EcoCity Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to level out your plastics and not to affect human rights. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or more 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily. So yeah, to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Earth is wealth.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now You have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Maritime Frontier show on VOP television. Today, we are presenting the program from the Office of the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, Dr. Keima Pius Akuta. Sir, you're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother.
The Nigerian Shippers Council, of course, is the economic regulator of the maritime industry. And we need to know, the people out there need to know what their functions are generally, because a lot of Nigerians may not know, especially those who are not within the maritime sector. And so we are having a one-on-one with Dr. Akuta today, hoping that he will do justice to the program by telling us everything that has to do with the industry. Sir, once again, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
Sir,
Tommy.
we need to start from the beginning. Can you tell us a little bit of the history of this council, sir?
Okay, thank you very much, Tommy. The council was set up actually in 1978. At that time, the third world nations were struggling with the dominance of the shipping lines at that time, shipping conference at that time, and they needed to have a government-controlled agency that would deal with the manipulative tendencies of the shipping lines at that time, the conference lines, which no longer exist now. And this was the decision at the continental level to set up these agencies across the countries. And Nigerian Shippers Council was birthed under a decree which is now CAP N133 LFN 2004. And at that time, the focus was just to protect the interests of shippers. So the agency was set up with the mindset that it would be an agency to protect interests of shippers across board. And that mandate has existed over the years, but it kept expanding and expanding as the need arose. And today, the Nigerian Shippers Council was appointed in 2015 as a port economic regulator of the port sector by a presidential directive, and a regulation was issued to that effect. Now, the Nigerian Shippers Council, erroneously, people still look at it as an agency that is created to look at the interests of the shippers only. But it's beyond that now. The mandate has been expanded. Being the port economic regulator makes the council at the moment an impartial arbiter that takes care of both the interests of the service providers and the service users. So we sit now in the middle and we try to balance the interests of both divides.
Yeah. One thing I take from what you just said now is that they are now sort of the impartial arbiter to, regulate the industry. And would you say over the years that the council has done, looking back, how would you rate what the council has done so far over the past years in terms of the defined objectives?
Yeah, the council has evolved, like I said, and along the way, it has also provided very meaningful services to the sector. If you talk about freight, for instance, making the freight competitive and ensuring that there is no arbitrariness in terms of freight determination, you will see that the council has done so very well over the years in trying to control the escalating rise in the freight that is being charged to shippers and the people who use the port services over the years. And you will see that even up to this moment, that it has become the Nigerian Port Economic Regulator. You will see that the council has over time dealt with issues of transparency in the sector, and have contributed immensely in promoting modernization and innovation in the sector, promoting the use of technology to harness the potentials of the sector. Okay. So the council has done so much in this regard. We have also contributed in meaningful development of critical transport infrastructure like the IDPs, the border information centers, and the vehicle transit park. So the council is involved in so many things. And lately, with the creation of the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, so much attention is given to the development of new areas in the marine and blue economy, and the council is advocating for that. The council is also involved in driving investment potentials in the sector in so many ways. So looking back, I can only say that the council has achieved so much, but there is so much to be achieved, especially under this new regime where attention is being given to this sector as a new driver of our economic rebirth. We have seen how the president, in his wisdom, has created this Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy to diversify the economy of the country. So the council has a big role to play. In recent times, we have taken up roles as the police of the port economy. You will see how we have even saved the economy a lot of capital flight that would have happened by implementing the CBN regulations, which empower us to confirm reasonableness of charter party and fees and demurrage charges. So in the last few years alone, on that note alone, we have saved this country over 70 billion that would have been taken out of the economy as capital flight. So many things that the agency has accomplished, and I can boldly say that the agency is repositioning itself to be a major player in the marine and blue economy sector.
All right, sir. We'll come back to that particular issue you talked about in terms of, we are talking about the capital flight issue. Well, you are a career lawyer. There's one very big objective of your personal, or is it official objective, is to see that the Nigerian Economic Regulatory Agency bill is enacted into law, which gives more power to the council. How well has it gone?
Yes, since the advent of the port concession of 2005-2006, one aspect that was missing was the appointment of a port economic regulator. Realizing this missing link, in 2015, the presidential directive appointed the council as a port economic regulator. But the nitty-gritty of what an economic regulator will do in the port sector is not contained in the presidential directive, the presidential order, and the regulations that were issued. Very scanty information there. So there is a need to have the council, transmute into that agency that is needed. But you can't do that without the instrument of a legislation. So we took it upon ourselves to put together a legislation for this purpose. And the good thing is that over the years, from 1978 to date, the decree that established the Nigerian Shippers Council has never been amended. Yes, so it has even become obsolete and is spent because the realities of today's port economic regulator of the nature that Nigeria intends to have in a sector like this, that bill or that law can no longer hold it. So we took up that bill. And the good thing is that our minister, who is providing the necessary leadership that is needed to foster collaboration, cooperation amongst agencies of the sector, took upon himself that bill and set up a meeting amongst all the stakeholders in the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. And we looked into the bill. And the clean copy that came up was forwarded to National Assembly. So this bill is actually the ministry's bill. And thank God that it was passed and it went to the president for assent. But because of the new agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, B at that time, which was just assented to, there was a clash in one or two provisions regarding the revenue, whether it is revenue of the council or revenue of the new agency, or it is, whether it is funding of the new agency or revenue to be generated by the agency. Okay. So that correction.
Nomenclature.
Yes, that kind of thing. Okay. So there was a confusion whether the intendment of the lawmaker was that this should be the funding for the agency or the revenue that the agency is entitled to generate for the sector. So that has been corrected. And the National Assembly has considered it, the House of Rep has considered and passed. So it is committed now to the Senate, and we are waiting their passage.
How soon do you think it will be passed?
Yeah, we are very hopeful that as soon as, in fact, it has been on the order paper for like 3 sittings. Okay. The one of 31st of March, we were very hopeful that it will be passed, but just that only the budget was considered on that day. So we are very hopeful that as soon as they resume on the 21st of this month, one of the first things they will be doing will be to pass that bill.
Okay. You mentioned something earlier, which I said we'll talk about later, about the issue of capital flight. This NPERA bill that you just talked about, is it also the issue of capital flight? Is it also a direct, was one of the issues you needed to tackle by asking that this bill be passed? Because you mentioned that formerly we used to have a lot of capital flight. The foreign companies, shipping companies, seek a lot of money from the economy, far beyond what is recommended. Will that be taken care of in this new act, as in the legal framework on protecting Nigerians from having such capital flights?
Well, generally, as the port economic regulator, we monitor the economic growth. We monitor anything that will be of adverse effect on the economy is our concern. Okay. And when we see that this is coming from whatever angle, it is our duty to tackle it as quickly as possible. And if it is beyond us, escalate it to the ministry and to the other relevant bodies that will deal with this issue. So that will be one of the things that we as a port economic regulator, we can look at. But beyond that, what I talked about basically was a role that is assigned to the Nigerian Shippers Council by CBN under their regulation to confirm the reasonableness of this capital flight.
Okay.
So when we do the confirmation, that is what they will approve. So any company requiring to take this certain amount out of the Nigerian economy to repatriate as their profit to their parent countries, we have to write to us first to confirm if that amount was reasonable enough to be taken out. Otherwise, we recommend the right amount that should be taken up. And this process used to be a manual process, but in the last 2 years, we have automated it.
Okay.
So it's now very seamless. Once you provide your documents in the platform, you create an account for that purpose, you submit your documents, it goes direct into the system, and the system will look at it and evaluate the documents and give an amount that is reasonable enough to be taken out of the profit that the companies make. So it has helped us a lot, and it's because it is automated that the amount of savings skyrocketed in the last 2 years to what we have.
All right. So there are myriads of complaints generally about the council not acting to aid stakeholders from the so-called exploitative tendencies of the shipping companies. How do you react to these allegations, sir? That the shipping companies are exploiting Nigerians and the council is not doing enough to protect Nigerian businesses?
Well, no matter what you do, there will be one complaint or the other arising from your job. Particularly in public service, in this country. A public servant can never do enough, no matter how you try. There will be one or two pockets of complaints coming up here and there. For 2 years that I have been the Executive Secretary, CEO of the Nigerian Shippers Council, I deliberately did not approve any tariff increment. Not because there were no requests for tariff adjustment. There were requests coming for tariff adjustment over the period. And some of these requests, we are requesting adjustment of over 200%, some up to 100, up to 150%. They were requesting for this adjustment. And if you are here in this country, you know that in the last 2 years, other sectors of the economy have adjusted their pricing regimes and tariff a number of times. But then we were looking at the overall economy as our mandate specifies. So we saw that the GDP was slow. It wasn't moving as fast as it was projected by the Minister of Budget and National Planning. We are monitoring all of that. And we saw that in the sector also, activities that had dried up in 2023 had started picking up. And we did not want any price changes that we bring about a shock in the economy that we will now start to roll back the progress that has been made so far. So we deliberately delayed making any attempt at any tariff increment. But it got to a point where we felt that we cannot continue to overburden one side of the divide, because our interest is to protect both the service users and the service providers. So the service providers, we have seen that a lot has happened within the sector within the last few years. The shipping companies, for instance, in the last 2 years, an agreement that has been negotiated for over 20 years, we resolve it under the leadership of our minister. And today, I can proudly say to you that the shipping subsector of this economy has the highest minimum wage than any other sector of the economy in this country. 200,000 was negotiated as
the minimum wage.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's far beyond the national average.
Yes, far beyond the national average. So this was done as the minimum standard for entry into the sector. So if all of this have been done, and the fact that we did not increase their tariff for 2 years, we decided to listen to their applications. And it was a painstaking effort we made working with them. And for the first time, the Nigerian Shippers Council has decided to look into the books of the shipping companies to see the level of investment they have put into this country. And many of them have done so well. So from 200%, 150%, 100%, we evaluated this and we gave them a paltry 30%. Okay. And they have been complaining that 30% cannot even pull them out of inflation. Okay. But we did that, having in mind the economic realities, not only as it pertains to businesses, but also the general economy. So we gave them a 30% increment. And we directed that before implementation, they should do well to speak with their stakeholders and come to a conclusion. And you know that these approvals are not cast in stone. These approvals are for them to go back and meet their stakeholders and determine what is agreeable and what is doable for them. And yet again, it's an upper limit within which they can also compete. Okay. Because if someone else is implementing 20%, another one is implementing 25%, another one 30%, then the one that is 30% will obviously drive his way out of the market. Sure. Because the one that is doing 20%, a lot of people will go there. But then again, it has to do with service delivery also, the quality of service delivery that any one of them is offering. So these are some of the things that Nigerians should know. And when we met 2 days ago, we met here, had a stakeholder meeting here to discuss, which I believe you were there as well, to discuss this issue. All stakeholders alike have agreed that there was a need for this increment. They agree with us. And that was the reason why we suspended we lifted the suspension for the implementation of the tariff and directed the shipping companies to go back and hold stakeholders meeting with their stakeholders and then go ahead to implement. One thing is that people should know that as the port economic regulator, like I said, we are an impartial arbiter sitting in the middle, considering the interest of the service users and the interest of the service providers. We cannot overburden one side of the divide to the point that it collapses. If it collapses, then the whole economy will have problem. Again, we're not a shipping nation. I hope you know this very well. We depend on the services of foreign ships, owners, and all that. And they have a choice to remain here or to leave. So we need to have all of this at the back of our minds, that we are dealing with people who have put their investment and they are also interested in making profit on their investment. We cannot kill companies that have decided to provide services in our country.
All right, sir. How far, over the past 2 days, like you said, after the meeting, is there any attempt by the shipping companies to try to comply with the directive for them to engage the stakeholders before the increase is now effected?
Yeah, fortunately, in the last 2 days also, I've been very busy meeting with several shipping companies and terminal operators, with the board, with my governing board. So a couple of them that we visited have even signified intention to commence those deliberations. And they are also informing the Nigerian Shippers Council to attend to monitor. And you recall that at the meeting I said something, that we will not tolerate any standoff. In every negotiation, people must make, concessions. You must give and take in every negotiation to arrive at a consensus. But where people just come into negotiation and then believe that they can just stand off everything and let things just be. This is not a sector that we'll be toying with, because most of our trade activities happen within this sector. Yeah. So we cannot be toying with this sector in a manner that some of us think. What is at stake is higher than the little misunderstandings that we have. How will it warrant us to just have a standoff between one side of the divide and the other to a point that we cannot resolve? We have to resolve all the issues. And that's why we took the bold steps in saying we have lifted our suspension. They should go ahead and talk. So I believe that they are talking already. Some of them have already done successful stakeholder engagement and have agreed. Like you heard the president of the Nigerian Shippers Association saying that they are the shippers and that they don't have problem with this tariff increment. And that, as a matter of fact, some of them have already been implementing it and they are paying. So that was one of the things that gave room for us to lift the suspension, since he was speaking on behalf of shippers, and he said they don't really have a problem with it. That the only problem is that they were not carried along. But as soon as this meeting is called, they are okay, and this can go ahead. So we believe that we are protecting the interests of everyone, not only the shippers, as the case has always been touted. We protect shippers, we protect service providers as well.
All right, sir. So I want to delve into some specific complaints as a direct fallout of some of the meetings and as a journalist going around within the sector,
Mm.
some of the complaints that we hear are that the shipping companies do not, they deliberately allow the trucks to be used as holding bays because they do not have enough space for them to accept those empty containers in order to ship them to their port of destination. So, what has the council did in order to take care of this particular complaint, sir?
Yes, when we heard that complaint on that day, we already started working on it. And like I told you, for the last 2 days, we have been engaging with some of the shipping companies and terminal operators. So we took up this matter very seriously too, because that cannot be right. It's causing a lot of issues if that is the case to the economy, and we will not accept that. But when we started engaging with the companies we visited, most of them now have holding bay at my too. And they claim that those holding bays are big enough to contain their cargo, and that they have directed their customers that when they are bringing those containers, they can drop them at my two to also decongest what is happening within the port area. So the council has decided that we will go around and see those container bays and see how big they are and the kind of activities going on there, so that we will be in a better position to talk about that.
Yeah, well, part of the issue of the holding bay, part of the concession agreement was that they should build their holding bay, but apparently there's a lot of inadequacy in terms of the number or the volume of the holding bays that they have. I hope the council is doing something about this.
Yeah, sure. What is the responsibility of the companies? We will always keep them on their toes to carry out their responsibilities, especially now that there's massive attention to this sector. And Mr. President himself has been going around seeking for more investment and is securing more investment into the sector. So we need a sector that is free from rancor.
Yeah.
We need a sector that knows what they are doing and is fully behind the Honorable Minister to ensure that we tap into the potentials of this sector.
Okay.
So,
Okay, there's also these complaints about some multiplicity in charges, especially as mentioned on that day, issue of telex charge. I've heard about this on so many occasions. In fact, some of the stakeholders presented some documents to buttress their point that they are charged the same thing that they paid for from the port of origin or from the country of origin. And I don't know if it's this is a novel complaint. It's a strange, a new one, but they've been saying that. I don't know what the council is saying about that. So.
yeah, so immediately we heard about those complaints. There were many of them. Many of the complaints about charges, hidden charges, multiple charges, and all that. Immediately we heard about that complaint, we swung into action to find out why. And I must say that we are working seriously to see how we can stamp that out if actually it does exist.
Okay.
So,
okay. Then this issue of container deposits, the refund, it keeps reoccurring that the shipping companies don't do enough to refund their money. They reinvest it rather than refunding the money when the containers have been returned. I don't know if it's also under consideration for that to be corrected.
yeah, we're talking to most of the shipping lines to, discard with that. And container deposit, many of them have argued that the amount is below $100. Meanwhile, the amount that's expended for that infrastructure, which belongs to the shipping company, is a lot. So they are looking at the less than $100 deposit as being inadequate. But in law, consideration is adequate. It doesn't matter the amount.
Okay.
So if that is what they have fixed, then so be it. But like I said earlier on, some of the companies have already jettisoned the issue of container deposit, like CMS, CGM. They have done that since over a year ago. They have written to us formally saying that they will no longer be requesting for container deposit. So we are very hopeful that in the near future we will find solution to that as well.
Okay. So what's your relationship, the council's relationship with your sister agency?
Oh, that relationship is very, apart from being a symbiotic relationship, it's a relationship that is growing in the right direction. I told you earlier on how the minister is very particular about collaboration, coordination, and cooperation of all the agencies in the sector. That's the only way we can succeed. That's the only way we can achieve result. By the way, the executive powers that agency heads use today to be chief executive is actually the powers of the president, the executive powers of the president. So he donates just pieces of those powers to people to head certain agencies as chief executive. Beyond that, it is his job. All of us are doing his job. So it is his success that matters to him. And to say that we are working for him, if you cannot bring about success story to him, if you are only concerned about hindering other persons from bringing about success story to him, then you are not doing his bidding. What you are doing is you are working adverse against him. So you may be said not to belong to where you are if you cannot work in support of what is happening. But I believe that the agency heads understand this. They understand the importance of working together in collaborative manner. So in the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy at the moment, we do not have any friction because all of us are working together for the mandate of Mr. President through the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy.
We'll be right back in a minute. Stay tuned.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
You're welcome back to the program, the Maritime Frontier Show. Of course, we are here one-on-one with the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Shippers Council, Dr. Keima Pius Akuta. Sir, there's a whole lot of complaints about the activities of the maritime police, blocking and seizing cargoes that have already been cleared along the way. Has there been any kind of dialogue with the maritime police? Because that complaints keep cropping up every time there's a conversation about the issues within the maritime sector.
So we have received these complaints over time, and we have conducted stakeholder engagement on this same issue over time. But the truth of the matter is that the maritime police is set up specifically to manage the civil claims, the claims arising out of the maritime space. They are the ones that manage these issues. But then some of their responsibility or the mandate of the police under their act is to maintain law and order and also to investigate crimes where they occur. So they have a mandate which they operate within the sector. We cannot just look at every case and say they are not within their mandate. No. And we cannot even show them how to do the work. All that we need to do is to have that collaboration with them as a partner in progress within the maritime space. So we have always done that. But we cannot stop them from carrying out their mandate. Now, it's to continue to talk to them and see how their mandate will not impede on the trade activities, but we support the quick, resolution of crisis to move the sector forward. But to say anything more than this, I don't think I would be right, because we cannot stop them from carrying out their mandate. They have their mandate. But we kept on engaging. The last time we visited the IG of police, the former IG, last year, we spoke to him about this issue, and he also intervened in it, and we saw some improvement. But then he started again. But what can you say? Can you say that they should not carry out their mandate? I cannot. The only thing is to say, in carrying out your mandate, please remember that the national interest is more important than anything, and it is important for us at this moment to see how this sector will grow through the instrumentality of those who are working with us already. So that is it, but we'll continue to engage with them.
Okay.
You notice that, sorry, let me add this. When that was happening, they called us out. The public called us out and said, we are conniving with the maritime police to extort people.
Yeah.
That was the accusation that came up. And we said that whatever interventions we've had was in favor of Nigerians. Because whenever their containers were arrested and they call upon us, they write to us, we act. And then we write at the end of the day to the police, the maritime police, asking them to release the container and discharge it. This is where we came in. And we came in the interest of our stakeholders. That is it. And we told them during the 2 days meeting, we told them, if you think that we are conniving with police for any reason, so let us withdraw, remove our hands. Otherwise, what we are doing is for your interest, that your container is arrested and you have written to us. And we have contacted these people and we say, we are writing to you to release our container. Where have we gone wrong? But they say we connive with police and all sorts of things. But that's not true.
Okay. So, well, building upon what you just talked about now, it seems that there's a little bit of a lacuna in terms of the understanding between this council and the stakeholders. Is there any platform on which you meet regularly, or as suggested on that day, shouldn't there be a constant stakeholders engagement, maybe weekly or monthly or bi-monthly?
Ours is a stakeholder organization. We believe strongly in our stakeholders and we meet our stakeholders regularly. It depends on which side of the divide you are as a stakeholder. That's the only thing.
Okay.
Otherwise, we meet our stakeholders regularly. We have traveled to all the zonal offices, and when we go there, we meet stakeholders. And a lot of things happen. Resolution of disputes, because we have a dispute resolution unit that is doing very well. So most times you
meet with them.
Yes.
The suggestion on that day was that you have one that is probably maybe every month, which is constant, and not just maybe acting in a kind of ad hoc manner where there's a problem you go to solve it.
Yes.
But at least where you get to talk about issues,
Mhm.
a whole lot of issues, maybe compounding issues on regular basis.
Yeah.
That is what is suggested.
Yes. So we also have, independently, we have decided that that's what we want to do going forward. So I think it's not a bad idea. Meeting with stakeholders regularly strengthens the bond, strengthens the unity, and makes everybody feel the same. So it's not a problem.
All right, sir. The issue of Empty containers littering everywhere around the ports, heaps of them everywhere. It's one that is looking like it's becoming an embarrassment for the country. So, what what is the council? What would be the right thing to do in order to make Nigeria not to become the dumping ground for empty containers that it is looking like it is right now? So,
Where containers are properties of the shipping companies. And that is why there is a bond to return them.
yes.
Any customer who takes them away is committed to returning it. So, saying they are littered around, well, that was some time ago, but now I think that has been curtailed to a large extent. And you know that sometimes when people take these containers to go offload, they are not even prepared. Sometimes these are very special containers that need some level of knowledge to be able to deal with. So the issues are multifaceted, but they are surmountable.
Okay. Okay. Is it the issue of shipping, or is it what are the problems, sir?
They come again.
No, in terms of not being able to evacuate the empty containers that are heaped at our ports, is it that the shipping companies are not they're not having enough ships to come and take them? Or what is the problem?
The problem has actually reduced. Before now, yes, but now even our export has surged by 30% up.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was a question of whether these containers have cargo to take back, or they are going back as empty containers. And as a country, it's not even in our good image that we have containers come in and go back empty, because at the end of the day, we will not be able to achieve the balance of payments.
Yeah.
So now the thing is that these containers are going back not as empties, but majorly they are going with our export as well.
Yeah.
And you hardly see, I was at the terminal today, and you see that most of the terminals today have, containers are moving very fast.
Okay. All right, sir. Give us a summary of your performance over the past 2 years, sir.
Well, it's sometimes not the best to ask someone to give an account of himself, because people should evaluate your performance and say what you have done. But I think that the council in the last 2 years has moved farther away from where we were 2 years ago when we took over. A lot has happened. Even looking at our environment alone tells you that a lot has changed. When you come into the council today, here in the headquarters in Lagos, you will see that we have modernized our work environment, made it more conducive for people to work and stay longer in the office. I think this is almost to 8 p.m. and we are still here, and we are not feeling it because of the conducive nature of the environment. And it's happening across board. And beside that, to say that for 2 years we are able to hold on to monitor the economy without any additional tariff or tariff increment shows you that at least we know what we're doing. We're monitoring things, and we ensure that the economy does not collapse because it's our responsibility to do that. And in the last few years, you will notice that no serious crises have happened in the sector. We were able to handle the Maritime Workers Union and their members by way of negotiating the minimum standards, which has made them happy. And I believe that agitation sometimes are as a result of welfare issues. So we are advocating for more welfare for people who work in that sector. And then we also have taken the issue of registration of service users and service providers with our portal very seriously. and we have developed the app that will help them to register seamlessly. We have achieved many other applications, online applications that are working today that makes things very easy for people who are providing services or people we are giving services to. Now, the council itself is modernizing, and it's moving away from analog way of doing things to internet platforms. We have just achieved the ECMS last year, beating the deadline that the permanent secretary, the head of service gave us for 31st December. We implemented it last year. And today, most of the internal processes at the council are digitized. So all I need to do, you can see my table, it's empty, no files. You see only the computer desktop there and a small tablet with me. And we work on the go. So even if I travel today to Abuja, I don't need to say I'm going to carry files with me to Abuja and be working. No, my files are in my system. And anytime I open I have my desk, I go there and all that is needed for me to do, approvals or whatever, on the go, I do them. Okay. So a lot has happened. And then the presence of the Shippers Council in terms of handling disputes in the sector. We acknowledge that the disputes are very expensive and time consuming. So it is better that we develop an alternative dispute resolution mechanism through our complaints unit. And a lot of disputes have been resolved amongst the people. And I believe strongly that we have done well in the last few years. If it is to save money, at least we have saved this country over 70 billion in the last 2 years.
That's good. So the experts say that the Nigerian maritime industry is worth about 90 trillion naira annually. That's the level of income that should come into the country. But for 2025, the sector, what came to most of the government agencies, about 9 trillion naira. What would you like to see in place for the country to start reaping more from the sector?
You know, the concept of national GDP is how much money a country makes and how much it spends.
Yeah.
So this government is prioritizing revenue generation and is ensuring that leakages are blocked so that the proper income that this country should make should accrue to the country. A lot is happening in the sector, within the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. You have seen that in the last 2 years, our revenue profile has moved from a paltry 700 billion to over 1.8 trillion, which means it has doubled and almost tripled in the last 2 years, meaning that we're making progress. We are not there yet because a lot of potentials in the sector has not been tapped. We are yet working on tapping some of those resources for good of the economy. But the first things first, and I must give honor to whom honor is due and credit to whom credit is due. The Honorable Minister, he has done so well in the last 2 years, beginning from the decision that the President took to create this ministry to diversify the economy, to what the Minister has done so far, giving us a brand new policy on marine and blue economy that has never existed before, which is like the guiding light for us to carry on in the industry. Then you will see optimization of revenue. There are many other critical areas of generating revenue that are in the pipeline. For instance, for the Nigerian Shippers Council, one area of revenue generation is the ICT and implementation. And you know it has a checkered history of implementation. So the minister is doing everything possible to resolve all the conflicts that have been pending as a result of the check out implementation of that government policy. By the time ICTN comes on board, it's going to show up the revenue of the council, and then many other aspects.
Yes. Okay.
But again, we also are mindful of the economic realities on Nigerians. You know that this government has taken very, very far-reaching decisions that have led to so much economic revolution in the country, and to bring about the number of reforms that are coming up. Actually, the purchasing power of the common man over there has been, greatly impacted. So that is also the aspect of welfare of the people, which I don't want to say that government is giving concessions to people so that the general public can benefit from that. But you see that government has slowed down in the efforts to generate more revenue, so that people can settle down and let the economy peak, let people regain their purchasing powers relatively. But then a lot is happening in terms of revenue generation, which will show up our revenue in the few years to come.
All right, sir. Your parting shot, sir, in 30 seconds, sir, tell us what you would like the whole parties, on different aisles of the economy to do in order for the, develop this sector faster and even grow bigger.
Yeah, in concluding, I would say that Nigeria is open for business, and the marine and blue economy sector is the #1 business interest for everyone who wants to invest. And we'll call on investors to come into the sector and put their money here. In a few years, when the marine and blue economy is booming, it would have been too late for you to come in. So this is the right time to bring your investment here. And let us all know that whether we head agencies or we work in agencies, or we are business people, or we belong to union groups and all of that, or we are foreign companies operating in Nigeria, all that should matter to us at this point is the interest of this country.
Thank you so very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. This has been the Maritime Frontier Show from VOP Television. Of course, my name is Delio Tommy. We'd like you to stay tuned for the next edition next week. Thank you for watching. God bless you. Have yourself a lovely week ahead.
Thank you.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
in a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
where every voice, every soul, every sound comes together in harmony. This is Gospel Fusion. This is Gospel Fusion. From the streets to the steeple, from the young to the wise. With every nation, with a sound that never dies. Hop together, never dies. Heartbeat of revival. Let the Spirit lead the way. Every river, every language, praising God in every way. This is Gospel Fusion.
Well, there you have it. It's a beautiful, beautiful Sunday afternoon. I bid you welcome to Gospel Fusion Live right here, your number one TV station of all time. It's called Voice of the People Television. All right, then. Well, again, it's another beautiful day to celebrate life, celebrate God, celebrate talent, celebrate you, because again, you're the reason why we're here. We're super excited to have you always join us on a beautiful Sunday afternoon like today. Welcome. It's another exciting edition of the show. And just in case you don't know, my name remains David E. And today we have so much to serve you. So much. When I say so much, I mean so much, because so much is happening in the gospel entertainment scene, and of course all around the gospel entertainment industry. But most importantly, we have with us today a guest who is joining us on the show, a gospel singer, an entrepreneur, and I dare say a businessman, because he's one young, amazing talent that has so much. And you know how we do here. What we do is we try to bring every single person who's making good for themselves in the industry, and of course in the entrepreneurial space, and we'll bring them to you just to, you hear the stories, and of course you get encouraged by their stories as well. But we start off the show with a segment that we call the Gospel Music Roots, and that is the segment where we give you a very short documentary, and of course that documentary will be telling you how gospel music has evolved over time through the years, and most importantly, to also tell you that gospel music has changed lives, has changed people, has changed race and culture, and you definitely will see all of that on this very short documentary. And our country in focus today is Mauritius. Well, you want to ask me, how in God's name do you know that Mauritius has, gospel singers there? You find out in this documentary. You best stay with us. We'll be right back. And of course, after now, please stay with us.
The evolution of gospel music in Mauritius has been profoundly shaped by historical forces such as slavery, colonialism, missionary activity, and cultural fusion. With the arrival of European missionaries came Western hymns and liturgical structures, which gradually encountered deeply rooted African and Creole musical traditions. Over the decades, gospel music in Mauritius has transformed from missionary-imposed hymnody into a dynamic fusion of indigenous rhythms and contemporary global sounds, creating a spiritually rich and culturally diverse expression that resonates across generations. Traditional gospel influencing genres in Mauritius. It served as a form of emotional release, resistance, and spiritual expression, often performed around bonfires using instruments like the Ravan drum. On evolution. Initially discouraged by Christian missionaries due to its association with secular dance, Sega gradually found its way into the church. Over time, it evolved into Sega Gospel, where traditional rhythms were preserved but infused with Christian lyrics and themes of salvation, hope, and redemption. On its impact. Sega has become a cornerstone of Mauritian identity, and its gospel adaptation has made Christianity more culturally relatable to Creole communities, influenced church worship styles, especially among youth, bridged the gap between heritage and faith expression. Sega Tambour, Shigoshan influence, history and emergence. Sega Tambour Chagos emerged from the Shigoshan community, particularly those displaced during the late 1960s and early 1970s. It is deeply rooted in themes of exile, loss, and identity preservation. On evolution. As displaced communities integrated into Mauritian society, Sega Tambour rhythms began to appear in Christian gatherings and reflective worship settings, especially in songs centered on suffering, endurance, and divine hope. On its impact, this genre has strengthened spiritual resilience among marginalized groups, introduced lamentation styles into gospel music, created parallels between biblical exile narratives and lived experience. Santé engage, socially conscious gospel expression. History and emergence. Santé engage developed in the 1970s as a response to political and social struggles. It combines Sega with influences from Indian, African, and Western music to create a voice of resistance and awareness. On evolution. Though not originally religious, its themes of justice and truth aligned with Christian values. Gospel artists began adopting its style to create faith-based music addressing societal issues, including inequality and corruption. On its impact, Santé Engage has inspired prophetic gospel music in Mauritius, encouraged artists to use gospel as a tool for advocacy, shaped a generation of musicians blending faith with social consciousness. Segé, contemporary gospel fusion. History and emergence. Segé was pioneered by Kaya in the 1980s, merging traditional Sega with reggae's global, spiritual sound. On evolution. With reggae's deep biblical undertones, Segé naturally transitioned into modern gospel formats, especially among younger artists seeking contemporary relevance. On its impact, Segé has revolutionized youth gospel music, expanded gospel into mainstream and urban spaces, enabled Mauritian gospel to connect with global Christian music trends, chorale and hymn traditions. History and emergence. Introduced by European missionaries, chorale and hymn singing became central to early Christian worship in Mauritius, particularly within Catholic and Protestant churches. On evolution. Over time, these hymns incorporated local languages, Creole, and subtle rhythmic adaptations, blending Western structure with Mauritian musical sensibilities. On its impact, they have provided the foundation of formal gospel worship, encouraged intercultural musical exchange, Influence both traditional and contemporary gospel arrangements. Influence on various ages and cultures. Older generations. Strong attachment to traditional Sega and hymn-based worship. Gospel music serves as memory, identity, and spiritual grounding. Younger generations. Drawn to Reggae and fusion gospel styles. Engage with gospel as a form of creative expression and cultural pride. Cultural impact. Mauritius represents a unique convergence of African, European, and Asian influences, where gospel music reflects African heritage, Sega rhythms, Western Christianity, hymns and chorales, global sounds, reggae and fusion genres. This blend has created a resilient and evolving gospel tradition that unites diverse communities. Conclusion. The traditional gospel influencing genres of Mauritius. Sega, Sega tambour, Sonte engage, Sege, and choral/hymn traditions *** form an essential part of the island's cultural and spiritual identity. Their historical evolution reflects a powerful narrative. A people who transform pain into rhythm, rhythm into culture, and culture into worship. These genres continue to shape faith expression, cultural identity, and societal values, ensuring that gospel music in Mauritius remains both deeply rooted and globally relevant.
To the steeple, from the young to the wise, with every nation, with a sound that never dies, hop together never dies, heartbeat of revival, let the spirit lead the way, every reverend, every language, praising God in every way. This is gospel fusion.
We're glad to have you back. There you have it. I mean, so much to serve you when it comes to that particular segment of the show. And I dare say, in Mauritius, the much that I know, the gospel music there have really, really evolved, because over time, the Segi gospel that you heard before now has to be, it was being played with one particular instrument. I'm trying to get the name off my head now. But most importantly, it only shows that gospel music truly has evolved over time. And we are excited to be telling you this at this time. Anyways, without wasting further time, let's dive into the next segment of the show. And that is telling you top 5 gospel songs of the week. Now, you truly know that this is one segment that gets me excited, because I only would say that it only shows how much gospel music in Nigeria and across the world has evolved, and how well the gospel artists are doing their craft. And of course, they are really, really doing it so well. Most importantly, like I always will tell you, if you think that 1 or 2 songs in our top 5 is not in the list, your own songs is not in the list, it's simple. Send us your top 5. And of course, you know how to do it. Go straight to all of our social media platforms. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Send us your top 5, but when you're doing that, make sure you have the hashtag with us, hashtag top 5 gospel songs of the week, and of course, hashtag Gospel Fusion Live. And maybe, just maybe, your top 5 might just be our very own top 5 for the week. All right, let's get to it. Next up is the top 5 gospel songs of the week. Enjoy this. We'll be right back.
Gospel Fusion Live, top 5 gospel song of the week.
Number 5.
More than my mind can fathom, more than my mind can
Number 2.
We're in the times when we're not sleeping. We're in the times when the ghosts are fire.
Number 1.
You are the reason why I'm happy. You are the reason I'm so glad. You are the reason why I'm
Gospel Fusion Live. Gospel Fusion Live. Top 5 Gospel Song of the Week.
Number 5.
more than my mind can fathom. More than my mind can imagine. Yeah.
Number 4. Number 3. Number 2.
We're in the times when we're not sleeping. We're in the times when the ghosts are fire.
Number 1.
You are the reason why I'm happy. You are the reason I'm so glad. You are the reason why I'm
Gospel Fusion Live.
Oh, well, there you have it. I mean, amazing songs there. And it's quite interesting to know that Chubby made it to the #1 song of the week. And some persons truly will be wondering, who is Chubby? You know, that's our job. That's to tell you how much intense we go when we giving you the top 5. I mean, you saw Ty Washington there. Also, Minister GUC at the #2 song. And again, Never Bow to Bow is another beautiful song by Minister GUC. And we're excited to tell you that song is making waves. Anyways, like I said earlier, if you think 1 or 2 songs in that list didn't make your song now, didn't make it to the top 5, it's very simple. Just go straight to all of our social media platforms and let us have your top 5. All right, there you have it. Now let's get to the main conversation proper. I did tell you at the beginning of the show that we have our guest with us, and I'm talking about a gospel music singer, an entrepreneur, a business person, and one young individual that is doing well for himself. And trust me when I say this, he is doing well for himself. I'm talking about none other than my friend and brother, Minister Femi. A very good afternoon to you, brother. Welcome to the show. Okay, we're going to have a switch of this conversation. And the switch is, we'll bring it to the roots, the ground, you know. Like when I say ground, I mean, we'll switch up. Plenty English. Plenty English is not good for your body sometimes. Anyways, let's get to it. Let us know who is Minister Femi.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here today.
All right then.
Yeah, as you've said, my name is Mr. Femi Fadoyibo. I'm into music. I'm into business, particularly computer business. As you know me, that's how we meet.
Oh, well, again, this young person that is here is one amazing computer engineer, aside the music that you see on your screen. And I tell you for a fact, now, sometimes when you see some of these individuals, you just think, it's just music? No, it's not just music. But what made you get into music? How did you get into music? Let me start from there.
Thank you. Actually, I discovered myself that God has given me the talent.
Okay.
But then, I was so very young. But then, church things.
Right.
So then we are still in the church, join the choir, sing Sunday service, anniversary. But one day, somebody in the church told me that, then we are having a naming ceremony in the church. So we were like, are we not going to sing outside after party. So I was like, man, I don't have the time because then I don't have a band boys.
Oh, okay, okay.
There's no, I don't have instrumentalist.
Yeah.
I don't have somebody that will back up. So I was like, I don't have anybody. But the person said, let us try something. So then I called my friend. I called my friend, okay, let us do this. We have a naming ceremony in the church. So then we all came together. That was how we started.
Wow.
So that was like 2012.
Okay.
So it was that day. That was my first time coming out.
And singing in public?
Yes, singing in public. And I don't even know I could go far like that.
Oh.
Because it took us like, let me say 5 hours.
Wow. 5 hours
Yes.
for somebody who has not even done it before.
Yes. And we do it. We did it then. So, and since then, that was how people get to know that, you can do this thing. You can do it.
Right.
So then those, my friends that we were doing it together, like my friend that backed up for me then, he is now my manager.
Oh, wow.
So then they all supported me that, guy, we can do this thing now. Let's continue. Let's continue. At least even the person that played the percussion,
yeah,
is still the person that plays for me till now, till today.
Wow.
So that was how we started.
So 2012 till this time. I mean, so here's the thing. For some persons who are watching right now, so again, they say evil communication corrupts good manners. But in this one, his good communication is helping him. I mean, like he did say, he was, encouraged by his friends. We can do this thing. And for the first time, 5 hours. Now, if you don't know what that means, as a singer who possibly plays, at gigs, weddings, birthdays, whatever it is, for 5 hours, that's goodness. But now, let me come to you. You said your friend, the one that told you, let's do this thing, is presently your manager and still with you.
Yes.
Now, looking at the fact that from 2012 to this time, you've been doing this thing consistently, what would you say would be your challenges so far from that time to this time?
That's a very good question. There is a lot of challenges.
Okay.
As somebody into music, you can never say you did not face any challenge, because it is the challenges that will push you, that will keep pushing you up.
Right.
So by the time you are facing the challenges and you try to overcome it, then you move on to the next level. Yeah, as for me, the challenges I do face is that most times it is the sound
that
we use.
Oh, that part.
Yes, the sound. Because as a musician, if you are using a very good sound, you will love the music.
You'll be happy, man.
Yes.
You'll be happy singing.
You'll be happy. So even at times you might be looking at a particular sound, maybe a speaker and all this, the microphone, you have the belief that by the time I start using this microphone, I will flow very well. But by the time the engineer set everything up, you just discover that, you're on your own. No. So the sound is most important. And also the band boys.
Oh yes, I was going to ask you about those ones. How do you manage your band boy? I mean, I know. So once upon a time, I was in a band, and we didn't go out like him. I mean, he's even blessed to go out. I don't do that. But trying to gather your musicians, oh Lord have mercy. How do you manage it really? I mean, because I know it's one tedious. Sometimes they might even tell you, I'll be there, and then they won't even show up. How do you manage them?
Hey, man, let me just say it is grace of God. Because there are some of my bands, guys, whereby they will tell you that I'm there, I'm at the gate. Just come outside to see me at the gate. By the time you get there, you have to stay there for a very long time before you now see a bike that will just drop him. So one thing about as a band leader,
right?
You just have to you need a lot of patience.
Okay.
Because by the time, like my manager usually said, because I said he was my friend.
Yeah.
We started together.
Okay.
And now he's my manager.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime he discovers that I'm angry, maybe because of the sound or because of any of the band boys,
okay,
he'll come and whisper to my head, "Guy, calm down, calm down, calm down."
It's like your antidote of calming.
Tell me to calm down. Don't worry, I'll sort it.
Okay.
So we will try and sort it out.
So he's been doing an amazing job on the part of managing the boys.
Yes.
Wow.
We will try and sort those things out. Even though if you're having challenges with at times we do have challenges with some of the guests.
Okay.
In a particular occasion, we do have challenges. Maybe, for example, there was a wedding. The wedding we played last month.
Okay.
When we were about to start, the stage that we wanted to use, that was where the engineer mounted the instrument.
Wow.
So that was where those alagas, and that was where they put their yams and everything, the goods for the marriage.
Oh boy.
That's where they put everything.
Oh boy.
So we were about to start. Already they wasted all our time. So we were about to start the reception. For us to just start to sound check, we don't have time. Everywhere is jam-packed with this thing.
So many loads.
It almost caused fight that day.
Wow.
But it was my manager that took the mic and started, "Please come and pack these things. Otherwise, we will start taking them home."
Oh,
so
wow.
this and that, God will know it. They started coming. So we do have challenges with those people too.
Okay. Now, it's very imperative here because find you a good manager and your music will be fine. I mean, that's what he's trying to tell us here.
Yes.
Because again, some managers can be so lackadaisical, they don't even care. They just leave the artist to, do what he wants to do. And that's about it for the artist. But he just said it. His manager has been doing an amazing job. Now, let's come to the path. I'm going to come to the path of your computer engineering. But let me still stay with music. Some people are watching you right now, and they also desire to want to go into it because they think that they can sing. What would you say to those kind of people? And I'm not even talking just young people. I'm talking even older people who have been thinking, but I used to sing now, What would you and how would you encourage these kind of people to go into music? Because yes, you are not in it for full time, so to say, but you've made some strides. What would you say to those kind of people who are still struggling to get into it?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, what I'm going to say is, number one, you have to believe in yourself. That's one thing. Because even whenever people are trying to look at you and tell you that, do you think you can do this thing? You cannot do it. Oh boy, go and sit down. But when you believe in yourself, you have that courage that I can do it. So when you believe in yourself, that is when people will now believe in you.
Right.
So by the time you believe in yourself, people start seeing it that, this guy can do it. There are some of my band boys that it's not about the money I'm giving them, but because they believe that with this guy, we can go. Let me go with him. Most of them, exactly my manager, you tell me it's not all about money. It's not all about money. Even at times, if we have a show that is not too, maybe we are not getting
enough funds,
you tell me that, don't worry. What about those ones we have been doing? So it is because he believes in me, I can do it. So number one, you have to believe in yourself.
Okay.
So by the time you believe in yourself, you start seeing the vision.
Right.
That this is where I'm going. This is where I'm going. Then people start seeing that same thing in you. That, okay, let me follow this guy. Let me follow this guy. So before you know it, you get there.
All right, then. That, again, is a major, major advice. I mean, you have to believe in yourself. I tell people, anyways, if the music does not make sense to you, it cannot make sense to another person. So it has to first make sense to you, and you have to truly, truly believe in yourself. I mean, these are the words of Minister Femi today. All right, let's dive a bit. I was going to ask you, okay, I'm not going to ask, what was your highest amount you've gotten in a gig? But no. I don't want EFCC on your matter. But then let's go to the part of you being a computer engineer, of course, by the side. That, again, is one major one for you. How did you get into it as well?
That question is a very good question because it is quite challenging, and also it is just like let me just say it is God.
Okay.
Because I could remember then when I was in secondary school, then we used to tell ourselves what do you want to become in future. Even there are so many people that we say I want to become a lawyer, but today they are not lawyering anything. So many people say I want to become a doctor. They are not even selling drugs.
And people ask you, what did you say you wanted to become when you were growing up?
Actually, I said I want to become a mechanical engineer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because that was my dad's profession.
Oh,
so
all right.
I was like, I want to become a mechanical engineer, this and that. So though I still have the vision.
Okay.
Because then, after my secondary school, I decided then there was a guy that usually comes to my house to repair generator.
Okay.
So he's a very young guy.
Wow.
My dad loves him because he's very young and he's very, very active. So there was a day I told my dad that I love this guy, the way he used to do, because I love, particularly what I intentions to do is to repair things with my hand. I love it to create things with my hand. So I told my dad that I love to learn this thing because I'm still on the line, mechanical engineer.
Yeah.
So he said, no problem now. He was even very happy because my dad loves his children to have handwork.
Okay.
So he just called the boss. Hello, please come. So he explained to him. But then, I just finished my secondary school. So then I was like, what can I do to be earning some money?
For yourself?
So I was into teaching. So I teach in schools. So after the closing hour, I will resume
at that
generator.
office.
Yes.
Generator shop to learn.
Yes, to learn. I will resume there. So I did that for like 3 to 4 months. So then I discovered that this thing is not the way I'm expecting. Because most times, after the normal school hours, we are still going to do extra coaching for the student. So most times I leave the school around 6, 5. So by the time I resume at the generator shop,
late.
It's going to be very late. And I have to resume the next morning, the school also. So I could not meet up to some point. But one day, the school I was teaching then, the person just fucked up. So he could not pay our salary very well. Even then, I was collecting 4,000 naira.
Oh boy.
4,000.
What year are we talking about here?
2008.
Okay.
So he could not pay. He was even owing me like 3 months.
Wow.
So I have to I'm still young now. Why will I continue like this? I can't continue.
4,000 naira, I could not pay for 3 months.
So then, I just took, because after my secondary school, some of my friends were in computer village.
Okay.
We were into computer. So while some teaching, so I just called my friends in computer village. Oh boy, it's like, I will come to computer village. I can't continue with this teaching. No money, nothing. I could not even buy clothes for myself. So that was how my friend just took me to his own boss in computer village.
Okay.
So that was how I started.
Wow.
So even my parents did not even know. It was that my friend that stood up for me. He took me to his boss that my guy, this guy, now my guy, oh, please just don't worry. He's a very good guy.
Wow.
So the boss asked of my parents. I said, don't worry, they will come. So it is when I wanted to sign out finally. That was when
So your parents?
Yes. So that was how I started.
Wow.
But then 2013, I started my own shop.
So how long, sorry to butt in here, how long did it take you to learn how to repair computer systems?
Depending on how fast
the person is.
Yes.
Okay.
Depending on how fast. Though the computer engineering is in different parts.
Okay.
Because there are some, I call them, though we are all technicians, but that's different.
Okay.
Because there are some that mostly what they do is just to change parts.
Oh.
Change parts. The screen has problem, they change the screen.
Okay.
Battery, change batteries, they change parts.
Okay.
And while there are some that works on the motherboard. So I can say those ones are partially engineers.
Okay. Okay.
So then, when I discovered that I'm into computing job, so that was how I just put in decided to go further in my education. So I went to Yabatech. I studied computer engineering also.
Oh, okay. You had to take it to that level.
Yes. So since I know I'm already into the field,
yeah.
So I just decided to do both theory and practical.
All right. All right.
So I started Yabatech also in 2013.
Okay. Now, you did not answer my question. How long does it take? Whether in the little or in the large sum? How long?
Yes. Let's say after 6 months.
You should be able
That is if you are learning the normal one, just to change parts and this and that.
Okay.
So, but if you are to learn the main cocoa, the motherboard repair,
yes,
you have to, let's say, 1 year.
Okay. Now that's what I wanted to put out there, because I know some persons will say, I mean, you took a bit of time to learn what you learned. How long did it take you? And of course, you just mentioned 6 months in the list and 1 year for the people who carefully work on the motherboard. Now, let's also find out from, I mean, you're married with kids,
yes,
right? How do you manage having to be a computer engineer, having to do music at the same time, and of course, there is family in the mix. How do you marry these things together? Because it's too many things in one.
Wow. Like I've said earlier, that it is God.
Okay.
Because managing those three things you've just mentioned is just by God's grace and wisdom. It is wisdom. Because even only marriage alone,
right?
That's even managing your business. If marriage alone is wisdom. So talk less of
your business.
Because if you are not careful, the business alone can take away your marriage.
Right.
Because you have to make sure your whole mind is on your business so that things will not go wrong.
Okay.
And at the same time, your mind must also be in your marriage, especially when you start having children.
Right.
You need to make sure you focus on your children also. So it is God's grace.
Now, how do you rest? I asked how you manage it. You just said, yes, God has been helping you. How do you find time to rest? I mean, I know some people say how they rest is possibly go when they get home, they sleep, they wake up. Some would say they go watching football matches. Some would say I go clubbing. But I mean, you're a Christian, you don't do that. But how do you rest after all of this?
Okay. That is one thing that usually causes issue between me and my wife at times.
I saw this coming. That's why I asked that question.
Because you say, you this man, you don't rest. You need to rest too. Because if I tell her that I'm feeling headache, it's because you don't rest. So because you don't rest. So I can't say this is a particular time I rest, but any available any available time that I discover that let me use this opportunity to rest, I will just rest.
Okay, that is fair. When you have a tiny free available time, but it's important really that we all need to try to get our rest times. Even though yes, like you said, you've been able to harness and manage family with business. But then again, I'm still talking about your computer engineering. A lot of persons say that handwork, handymen, like they usually call them, they are not to be trusted. What do you think is the reason for this statement? Now, whether or not you're a Christian or Muslim, handymen are not to be trusted because when you trust them, they just mess you up in the end. What would you say is the reason why people think this way?
That's a very good question. It happens everywhere.
Okay.
Because most especially, like I say, my shop is a computer village.
Yeah.
Many people cannot step at the gate of computer village, talk less of coming in. Because of the kind of question you just asked now. Because they believe that, computer village. Hey.
the den. The den of everybody.
So that's the belief. That no, I can't come to computer village. Hey, they will remove my phone.
By the way, computer village is in Ikeja in Lagos here, in case you're watching from any other place in the world. Okay, so go ahead.
So it is true, but because like I said, if you want to learn a particular work, make sure you learn it fully and make sure you are good in it. So many people that this kind of the kind of question is pointing to, it is those people that they don't take their time to learn this work very well.
And they lie about it.
Yes. So because by the time they didn't learn it very well and they want to deliver to customer, they won't be able to deliver very well. So, and you know that when the bad eggs are more than the good ones.
Exactly.
They will say
exactly
all the eggs are bad.
True. Very true.
So that's just it. Like me now, I don't have complaints with my customer. I'd rather tell you, if I can't fix your system, I will tell you, this thing, I can't do it. I can't fix it. Or if I'm going to fix it and it's going to cost you, I will let you know. So if you can't do it, I will let you know, straight up.
So practically this is about the too many bad eggs in the system. That's the reason why people say these things.
Yes.
Well, again, there's another conversation about the fact that people who, handymen, some charge differently. What would you say is the rate or the reason why people charge differently? Because some persons, what you offer as a handyman, let's say you're a tailor now, to make this outfit that you have, you possibly would charge 100,000 naira, and some other person is charging maybe 70,000 or 50,000 naira, practically half of what you charge. Why would you say there's that disparity of charging? And then, is that even a wrong thing to charge higher than your, colleague, or is it something that you think it's about how much you know in the business?
Thank you. What I would say concerning that is the way people charge. I don't think if you can afford to pay, then I think you should pay. Then if you cannot afford to pay, just let the person know I can't.
Right.
And because for somebody to charge, he or she has reason to charge. For example, you say somebody that has shop in Computer Village and he knows how much he's paying for rent. So you cannot compare his own charges with those that by the roadside.
Right.
You cannot compare. So why some people do charge in the sense that they just want to retain the customer.
Okay.
Some people might even charge you lesser.
Okay.
And just because they want to, because I know of some people, after they charge you, they won't still do a better job. And the amount they charge is lesser. So you that owns the job will later come out, more.
I should have used the people who are expensive.
Yes, I should have just go for the expensive one. So what I would just say is, if you know that you are charging high,
okay,
do a better job. Because I know of some people, there's no amount you charge them. What they will tell you is, are you going to do a better job for me?
Yeah.
So if you're not doing a better job and you still charge high, that is when problem comes in.
Oh, well, that again is a major explanation there. But before I let you go, let me come back to music. Yes, you have done a bit well for yourself, and in terms of the music industry. Is there any major plan for you when it comes to the music? When I say major plan, I mean in terms of album, maybe a music video, or maybe a collaboration. Is there any major plan like that for you in the future?
Yes, I have plans.
Okay.
So my plan is to, I have some songs that I already recorded, but I'm just trying to take my time because music, one thing about music is, if it is the way you take music, that music will take you.
Right.
Because if music is a whole full-time job, music is a whole full-time job. So trying to manage music and other business together, it is just, it's not easy.
Definitely.
Because
you're losing interest on another and
yes,
one.
but music is a whole full-time job. So for me to sit down, think of collaboration with some people or album, this and that, it takes a lot of time.
And a lot of money.
A lot of money, yes. Because people that will work with you, they don't want to know either it is small or big. What they are after is their money.
All right. I did not ask you earlier, who are your music mentors? I didn't even ask that before. I just thought of it now.
Yes. Then, when I was in secondary school, I usually sing. There is a particular man, though he's late now, of blessed memory, Babara.
Oh, almost everybody's favorite.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I love him so much. Even in my church then, I've seen somebody that gave me money to go and buy disc. Then he gave me money to buy like 4 different states. So that I want you to be singing it for me when I want to do Thanksgiving.
Oh, wow.
In the church. So then I love the music. Even in school, that's the name they call me.
Wow.
Say Babara, Babara.
Wow. Wow.
So
and then again, speaking of collaboration, sorry to butt in here. Speaking of collaboration, if you are to collaborate with somebody right now, one of the artists right now, who do you think that would be?
I have a lot of people to collaborate with because as a gospel musician and a juju musician, I love to collaborate with because Abby Awesome.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because and Sammy.
Wow.
Because those people, we are almost on the same line of music.
Okay.
So, like people used to say that, follow who no road. So, everybody has style of music.
All right, then.
So, you need to just follow, because if you are trying to deviate from one place to another, you will not even know where you are going to.
All right, then.
So, by the time you stay in one place, then you start seeing, you know people to follow. So, that's just it.
All right, then. So, while we'll wrap up this conversation, where can anybody reach out to you? Which of the social media handles are you active on?
Presently, I'm active on TikTok.
Okay, all right. What's your TikTok handle?
Femi Destiny 24.
There you have it. Femi Destiny 24 is his TikTok handle. And I dare say, if you go there, you definitely will be having to communicate with him one-on-one. I can guarantee you that he's not going to give you to his manager. When he's going to give you to his manager is when you start talking money, you know. But most importantly, that is where you can most definitely get to reach out to him. I want to say big thank you to you, Mr. Femi, for joining me on the conversation this afternoon. Well, I mean, this is where we have to draw anchor on the show. But most importantly, like you did hear him say, whatever you do, make sure that it makes meaning to you first. And like I always would say, if it doesn't make sense to you, it cannot make sense to any other person. Okay, this is where we have to go. And just as always, in a couple of minutes from now, just about 6-7 minutes from now, we'll be joining world famous DJ Iba. And of course, he'll be taking us through 1 full hour of amazing praise to our God on a beautiful start of an amazing week like today. And hey, like I always would say, don't forget to always pray for Nigeria. There is no great nation like ours. David E. saying, have an amazing week ahead. Stay positive. God bless you.
Welcome to the rhythm of heaven, where every voice, every soul, every sound comes together in harmony. This is Gospel Fusion. This is Gospel Fusion. From the streets to the steeple, from the young to the wise. With will every nation, with a sound that never dies. Hop together, never dies. Heartbeat of revival. Let the Spirit lead the way. Every reverend, every language, praising God in every way. This is Gospel Fusion.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Vidya Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People TV. Love ya.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping.
Nigeria and Turkey have agreed to establish a major military training facility in the country as part of a defense partnership aimed at strengthening Nigeria's security architecture. The agreement was reached during bilateral talks between Nigeria's Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, and his Turkish counterpart, Yasar Guler, on the sidelines of the Antalya Diplomacy Forum 2026. According to a statement on Sunday by the Ministry of Defense's Chief Information Officer, Quinnes Ihioma Hart, the planned training center will serve as a long-term hub for capacity development. She said Nigeria has already identified a suitable coastal location for the permanent facility, while a temporary site is expected to be provided to kickstart operations. Under the arrangement, Nigerian Armed Forces personnel will undergo specialized training in Special Forces operations, counter-terrorism, intelligence integration, counter-drone and counter-IED operations, as well as United Nations pre-deployment exercises. In the meantime, the Nigerian Army has recorded what it described as significant operational successes across multiple theaters within the last 24 hours, including the neutralization of threats, rescue of kidnapped victims, and disruption of criminal networks. In a post on X on Sunday, the Army said the operations were achieved through coordinated, intelligence-driven offensives and interagency collaboration. It added that the successes reflect sustained offensive actions and effective interagency collaboration in tackling insecurity nationwide. Well, over now to Benue State, where all 18 passengers abducted from a Benue Links bus on the 15th of April 2026 have been rescued in a joint security operations. The Benue State Commissioner of Police Ifeanyi Menari said on Sunday that this was a significant success. Menari, who presented the rescued victims to Governor Hyacinth Alia at the government house in Makurdi, said 7 suspects linked to the abduction were arrested through intelligence-led efforts and are in custody. The rescued victims will receive medical attention as investigations continue. Governor Alia commended security operatives and community efforts for the rescue. He said 8 of the victims were candidates of the ongoing Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination who were traveling to Otukpo when they were attacked. Gunmen had on Wednesday night intercepted the Benue Links transport vehicle and abducted some passengers, including young men and women who were traveling to sit for the ongoing JAMB examination in Otukpo. Well, turning to other stories now, operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency have intercepted 2.08 kilograms of cocaine hidden in food flasks bound for the United Kingdom at the Muritala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. The drugs were discovered on the 9th of April 2026 in the false bottom of 12 flasks scheduled for shipment on the Virgin Atlantic flight. According to a statement signed by the Director, Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, on Sunday, the interception took place on the 9th of April 2026, leading to the arrest of 2 cargo agents, including 33-year-old Amal Binal Fem and 39-year-old Agabi Mondi Akorede. The sender, 52-year-old Aguru Tajuddin, was also apprehended. In a separate operation at the airport's import shade on April 8, NDLEA officers seized 2.90 kilograms of loud cannabis concealed in snack packs that arrived from the United States on a Delta Airlines flight. Clearing agents Anima Sheung Moshood and Mercy Gabriel were arrested, along with the consignee, 29-year-old Sahid Adeshino, a fashion designer picked up at his Ogba residence. The agency also intercepted 847 kilograms of skunk hidden in a cement-laden trailer along the Kaduna-Zaria highway. The driver, 33-year-old Umar Garba, was arrested. And now the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has apologized for the delay in releasing the results of the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination conducted on Friday, April 17, 2026. JAMB had earlier fixed Saturday for the release of the second batch of the 2026 UTME, but failed to do so, sparking frustration among candidates. In a statement issued on Sunday by its spokesperson Fabian Benjamin, the board attributed the delay to the unavailability of its chief executive due to an official engagement. Meanwhile, the National Executive Council of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities says no final agreement has been reached between it and the federal government. It also threatened industrial action if talks are not concluded by the end of April. The position was contained in a communique issued at the end of a special NEC meeting held on Saturday at the union's National Secretariat in Abuja, where leaders reviewed developments in the negotiation process. According to the communique signed by SANU National President Mohammed Ibrahim and made available to newsmen on Sunday, the NEC reaffirmed that the renegotiation process with the federal government is still ongoing and has not been concluded. The council also expressed concerns over what it described as misleading reports in the public space, suggesting that the process had been concluded. And now to political matters. The presidency has criticized former Vice President Atiku Abubakar for faulting a National Broadcasting Commission directive that warned TV stations against breaching the broadcasting code ahead of the 2027 elections. In a statement Saturday, the NBC urged broadcasters to ensure fairness, balance, accuracy, and avoid hate speech and incitement, adding it will enforce strict and uncompromised compliance with its regulations. Atiku had accused the Commission of trying to muzzle the media and shrink the space for free expression, saying the media should not face persistent regulatory constraints during elections. Responding on X, on Sunday, Otega Ogra, Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Digital Engagement, Strategy and New Media, said Atiku failed to distinguish between regulation and overreach. He noted that a similar NBC directive was issued in 2007 when Atiku was vice president. Ogra also criticized Atiku's record on privatization, alleging poor outcomes for several state-owned enterprises under the program. In the meantime, Amnesty International has criticized the directive issued by the National Broadcasting Commission, describing it as an attempt to stifle press freedom and impose unlawful restrictions on journalists. In a statement on Sunday, the organization faulted the NBC's formal notice to broadcasters dated April 17, 2026, which targets political broadcasts and anchors of current affairs programs. The notice warned broadcasters against actions such as expressing personal opinions, allegedly intimidating guests, or failing to maintain neutrality, citing a rise in breaches of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Amnesty International Nigeria's Executive Director, Issa Sanusi, said the move undermines the independence of the media and violates international human rights standards. Well, in another development, a former Kano State Governor, Ibrahim Shekarau, has defected from the opposition People's Democratic Party and rejoined the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. Shekarau announced his defection on Sunday at his residence in Mundu Bawa Avenue in Kano, which was decorated with APC posters. Reports say he left the party alongside Senator Bello Hayatu Gwazo, a chieftain of the PDP. Addressing party loyalists, Shekarau said the decision followed wide consultations and careful consideration of available political options. Well, joining us virtually to analyze these stories is Ismail Oladari. Ismail is a political analyst and a member of the Take It Back movement. Well, I understand that he's not in yet. We'll take a short break and try to reconnect with Ismail. We'll be right back. Stay with
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back, everyone. And as promised, we are being joined right now by Ismail Oladare. Ismail is a political analyst and, of course, a member of the Take It Back movement. Ismail, it's a pleasure to have you join us today. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for having me.
Ismail, if you can hear me, unmute your device so that I can hear you clearly. In the meantime, Nigeria and Turkey have both agreed to sign a major military training facility, to establish rather a major military facility in Nigeria as a part of a defense partnership aimed at improving security in the country. Just not to box you into a corner, I'm going to give you an open-ended question. How do you feel about this? Ismail, can you unmute your device, please, so that I can hear you clearly? Unfortunately, we are having troubles with Ismail's connection. We'll take another short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happen, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome back, everyone. You're still watching News Hour on VOP TV, and hopefully Ismail Oladare can hear us loud and clear. Ismail is a political analyst as well as an activist, a member of the Take It Back movement. Ismail, can you hear me? Well, unfortunately, Ismail can't hear me. We'll take another very short break, and when we come back, the news continues. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, and now the rest of the bulletin. Members of the Islamic movement in Nigeria, also known as Shiites, staged a rally in Bauchi on Sunday in support of Iran and urged Muslims to live by Islamic teachings. The call was made by Zinatuddin Zazaski, wife of IMN leader Sheikh Ibrahim Zazaski, during the 5th International Conference on Islamic Thought themed the state of affairs and the way out. The conference was organized by the Sisters and Academic Fora under Sheikh Zakzaki's leadership. Speaking at the event, Zakzaki urged Muslims to align their lives with the teachings of the Quran and the Prophet. Well, over now to Kwara, where the state government will begin airlifting intending pilgrims for the 2026 Hajj on May 6, with flights departing from General Tunde Idiabo International Airport in Ilorin to Saudi Arabia. Abdul Salam Abdul Kadir, Executive Secretary of the Kwara State Muslim Pilgrims Welfare Board, announced the schedule Sunday at an engagement program for prospective pilgrims held at the board's premises in Ilorin. Abdul Kadir said the airlift will be conducted in batches to ensure a seamless process. The second batch will depart May 7 and the third batch on May 9. He added that Saudi authorities have introduced new identification measures for the 2026 pilgrimage to enhance coordination and safety. Well, the Transmission Company of Nigeria has declared force majeure on Ikeja West Osogbo 330 kV transmission line after a severe rainstorm knocked down a critical tower on Thursday, the 16th of April, 2026. TCN General Manager Public Affairs Ndidi Mba disclosed the development in a statement issued on Sunday. The company said the line tripped during the storm due to a fault traced to a specific section of the network. The Ikeja West Osogbo line is a major transmission corridor for evacuating bulk electricity across parts of the southwest. Force majeure refers to an unforeseen event beyond the party's control, such as a storm or disaster that prevents fulfillment of obligations. Well, coming up next, foreign, business, sports, and entertainment stories after this break. Stay with us. Glad to have you back. On the foreign scene now, U.S. President Donald Trump says his representatives, led by Vice President J.D. Vance, will return to Pakistan for talks, though Iran has not yet confirmed if it will attend. Trump threatened to strike Iranian power plants and bridges if a deal is not reached, the latest in a series of threats linked to the negotiations. He said shots fired at vessels in the Strait of Hormuz on Saturday violated the ceasefire agreement. Iran has accused the U.S. of breaching the truce by blockading its ports. Meanwhile, shipping has again halted around the strait after Iran closed it. A marine traffic website showed no boats were crossing as of Sunday. In the meantime, Ukraine's President Vladimir Zelensky has criticized the U.S. decision to extend the period during which I should say, Russia is allowed to sell oil despite Western sanctions. The move permits countries to buy Russian oil and petroleum products already loaded on vessels at sea until May 16. The U.S. said the waiver aims to ease an energy supply crunch sparked by the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. Zelensky said Sunday that money paid for Russian oil funds the war in Ukraine. Broad sanctions have been in place against Russia since President Vladimir Putin launched the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. And Pope Leo has said he did not intend to debate Donald Trump when he criticized tyrants for spending billions on wars in a speech earlier this week. The pontiff said the remarks were written 2 weeks earlier before the US president commented on him and came days after a public disagreement between the two. Speaking during a tour of Africa, the Pope said an inaccurate narrative had developed due to the political situation created by Trump's comments. US Vice President J.D. Vance, an adult convert to Catholicism, welcomed the Pope's clarification and said he was grateful for the remarks. Earlier in the week, before the Pope's speech mentioning tyrants, Vance had called on the Vatican to focus on moral issues. In another development, 8 children aged 1 to 14 were killed in a shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana, which police described as a domestic disturbance. Police said a single gunman shot 10 people about 5 local time. Officers pursued and killed the suspected shooter as he was fleeing. The gunman and victims were not identified. Police said some of the children were related to the deceased man. The shootings occurred at multiple locations, including 2 residences on the same block and a third in another part of the neighborhood. Shreveport Police Chris Abudlon said officers responded to a home shortly before 6 local time and found the children. Well, may the souls of the deceased rest in peace. Elsewhere, police in Austria warned the public to check baby food jars after rat poison was found in a hip carrot and potato puree in the eastern region of Bungeland. Police said a customer reported a tampered jar and the baby did not consume the food. Authorities believe at least 1 more poison jar is in circulation and issued guidance on identifying tampered jars. Police said the warning came from German investigators, and tampered jars had also been seized in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. They did not confirm whether the cases involve an alleged extortion attempt. On Saturday, HIP recalled its entire range of jarred purees sold in sparse supermarkets in Austria, saying consumption may be potentially life-threatening. Well, in business news, the Director General of the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, Charles Odi, has reiterated the federal government's commitment to creating an enabling environment for businesses to thrive nationwide. Odi gave the assurance during a working visit in Ogun State, where he conducted a fact-finding assessment of the 40-year-old manufacturing facility, according to a statement issued on Sunday. The visit was part of efforts to deepen engagement with enterprises and support their expansion into higher levels of productivity. Odi noted that the administration of President Bola Tinubu had taken key steps to improve infrastructure and ease of doing business. Elsewhere, the Lagos State Butchers Association has decried the persistent rise in cattle prices, with cows now selling for as high as 2.5 million naira compared to about 1.7 million naira in 2025. The association's patron, Bamidele Kazim, disclosed this in an interview with newsmen in Nigeria on Sunday. Kazim sold cows that sold for about 1.7 million naira last year, and he says they now go for between 2.3 million naira and 2.4 million naira, with some priced at 2.5 million naira. He attributed the hike to insecurity, rising transportation costs, and delayed local ranching initiatives. Well, in sports news, President Bola Tinubu has mourned the death of former Kano State Sports Administrator and community leader Alhaji Ibrahim Galadima, who died on Saturday, aged 78. In a statement on Sunday signed by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Onanuga, Tinubu conveyed condolences to the Galadima family. Galadima served as chairman of the Kano State Sports Council and was twice a commissioner in the state. He also held several positions in sports administration at the federal level. Well, in entertainment news, key players in Nigeria's creative industry have converged to discuss the future of Nollywood and explore new opportunities for growth. This was at the Nollywood Economic Outlook 7.0, themed The Next Frontier, convened by Don Pedro Agabi. Vop TV's Oindamola Olukoton reports.
Nollywood Economic Outlook 7.2 brought together filmmakers, creatives, and government representatives from Lagos and Ogun State, particularly from the Ministries of Culture and Tourism. Discussions focused on strengthening the creative economy, expanding global reach, and positioning Nollywood as a major contributor to national development. Stakeholders highlighted the need for collaboration between government and industry players to unlock new opportunities and address existing challenges. Veteran actor Segun Arinze emphasized the importance of empowering creative through structured support, capacity building, and improved funding opportunities. He noted that the industry growth depends on how well stakeholders invest in talent and create sustainable systems.
Africa is rising, not just in numbers, not just in noise, but in narrative. For decades, we told our stories on borrowed platforms with limited resources, yet undeniable passion. And still, Nollywood stood tall, not as a miracle, but as a movement. Today, we must understand something fundamental. Creativity is no longer a side conversation in Africa. It is an economic force. Every script written, every film shot, every voice recorded creates jobs, feeds families, builds industries. This is not just storytelling. This is nation building. But let me be honest with us. Passion alone is no longer enough.
Convener Don Pedro Agambi described the platform as a space for dialogue and forward-thinking solutions aimed at shaping the next phase of Nollywood evolution.
As we celebrate this progress, we must also confront a critical question. What comes next? Or what comes next? This year's theme, The Next Frontier, is both a challenge and a call to action. It compels us to look beyond our current achievements and focus on the future we must intentionally build. A future where creativity is matched and, of course, with structure, where talent meets investment and where stories are not only told, but effectively financed, distributed, and monetized at scale.
Participants also called for policies that will enhance distribution, protect intellectual property, and attract international partnership.
Nollywood is going so fast, and I'm happy and proud to be in this industry. And I can tell you, 5-10 years from now, we're global. Like, we're going there. Like, Nollywood we're going.
As Nollywood continues to gain global recognition, stakeholders say strategic collaboration and innovation will be key to unlocking its full potential. Oindamola Olukoton for Voice of the People TV.
Oindamola, thank you. Still entertainment, Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has praised his nephew, Afrobeat star David Adeleke, known as Davido, for promoting the Adeleke family name and Osun State globally. The governor's remarks followed Davido's performance at the 2026 Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival in California, United States, where a traditional panegyric was delivered during his set. In a statement on X, accompanied by a video of the stage introduction, Adeleke described the moment as a proud one for the family and Osun State. The video showed a build-up on the Gobi stage with red and yellow visuals, pyrotechnics, and synchronized performance. And it's a wrap on News Hour, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that Nigeria and Turkey have entered into a partnership to establish military training facility in Nigeria. Also, Army reports neutralization of threats, rescue of kidnapped victims in 24-hour operation. Police also rescue abducted Benue Links passengers in Makurdi. And NDLEA seizes cocaine and cannabis at Lagos Airport. Arrests 6 suspects. SANU wants a strike if university union talks with federal government miss April deadline. Amnesty knocks embassy directive to broadcasters, cites press freedom risk. On the foreign scene, we told you that US is to resume talks with Pakistan as he threatens Iran strikes over deal stalemate. In business news, Smedan Director General says federal government improving business infrastructure. In sports news, Tinubu mourns Galadima. In the world of entertainment, stakeholders chart paths for industry growth. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. On other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of...
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Vop TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
It's your girl, Larry Larry the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV.
regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, so it's a beautiful Saturday morning, and we bid you welcome to another exciting episode of the Saturday Morning Buzz right here on Voice of the People Television. Well, it's a beautiful morning, and I dare say it is a beautiful morning. And the reason why I say it's beautiful is because I know for a fact that today is going to be beautiful. Savior, don't do this morning. Well, I'm not alone. My name is David E. and call him David Edwin. Savior is with me this morning, and he's mischievous anyways, as always. So I'm not surprised at what he's doing right now. But then we bid you welcome to the show, and we're excited you're here with us on a beautiful Saturday morning. Savior, very good morning to you.
No, you don't have to tell me good morning. You've already said I am mischievous. No, not greet me. No. For now, I beg. You have said I'm mischievous, so leave it that way.
That one don't be news now.
Not be news. Oh, wow. All of a sudden. All right. Welcome to another edition of Morning Buzz on VOP Television. Of course, here we give you, reasons why you should actually stick to our station. And of course, we'll be talking about different conversation. But before we go into any conversation, I'd like to talk to this young man here. Is that what?
Nadisia.
Which one is Nadisia?
I just said it's mischievous. I know it's coming.
No, I need to. You don't even know what I want to discuss with you.
President Bola Tinubu.
No, don't do that.
Oh, all my goodness.
You have the floor. Please go ahead.
President Bola Tinubu signs record 68.32 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill as Nigeria extend 2025 spending plan to fast-track projects. Interested? I saw, this is one of our major talking points just today.
And of course, like I said, on the show yesterday at People's Voice, I said that there is no way we would escape not talking about that particular, signing of yesterday that actually took place at the State House. But I'm happy that this is actually coming on our table this morning. Right. And of course, aside from that particular conversation, ADC crisis, Ajakuta role, and of course, fresh legal battles intensify Nigerians' march towards the 2027 elections.
Well, these are the major talking points that we'll be having today. However, we have all the trending conversations.
Trending and interesting.
Oh yeah, that emphasis on the interesting. Interesting stories. But we will proceed. Before we proceed, we would urge you to kindly click on the subscription button if you haven't already. And our subscription button on YouTube, we are at Voice of the People Television. And on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Now, here's the catch. You can take us with you anywhere in the world. And how do you do that? Go straight to Google and type www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories, because truly you can take us with you anywhere in the world just by clicking on that particular website that I just mentioned. Again, I mentioned again, www.vop.ng, and I can tell you for a fact that you'll be taking us with you anywhere in the world. I dare say that. But, of course, as Voice of the People Television, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we would encourage you to share your thoughts and reactions via our WhatsApp portal. And that number is 0904 473 2605. I take that again, 0904 473 2605. Because here at Voice of the People, you have more than a voice. Now, before we go to the training conversation, yesterday was quite a very sad one for some of us in the broadcasting world. While we lost a colleague, we're talking about Tobyson. He for me was one fine gentleman. Tobyson Okomi, fine gentleman with Classic FM. I know it's not on the script this morning, but truly he was.
It was not meant to be in the script.
I'm just saying.
No. It was not meant to be in the script because we didn't plan it.
Yes.
Do you understand? And
yes.
it's not a thing that we actually pray for. Do you understand?
At all.
Yeah. So you're free to actually
all.
open this particular.
It's quite an unfortunate conversation situation also, because he truly was a fine gentleman who loved people, and a beautiful leader, I must say. I mean, I wasn't so close to him up close and personal, but the little time that we had together, I can say for a fact that truly he was a fine gentleman. And we only would pray that the soul of the departed rest in peace, and of course, his soul find rest in the bosom of the Lord. Well, that sad note, well, I don't know if you have something to say.
Usually, it's always very emotional for me, but
yeah,
all I would just say is that may God rest his soul.
Yeah,
that's it.
God bless his soul. All right, let's jump to the training conversation. A trial of former Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele was thrown into fresh courtroom drama at the Ikeja Special Offences Court as proceedings stalled over a fierce legal battle on whether a key statement from a co-defendant, Henry Omoile, was truly voluntary or allegedly obtained under questionable conditions, while the defense pushed to have it thrown out, citing lack of video recording, procedural breaches, and of course possible coercion. The prosecution held its ground, insisting due process was followed, and the statement was made in the presence of counsel with no sign of duress. With both sides digging in and of course trading legal fire, Justice Raman Oshodi adjourned ruling on admissibility to May the 4th, 2026, keeping the high-stake corruption trial involving alleged $4.5 billion and 2.8 billion naira transaction firmly in the spotlight. Well, the court clash over Godwin Emefiele's trial echoes past high-profile corruption cases in Nigeria, and where admissibility of evidence and questions of voluntariness often stalled proceedings, because similar controversies arose during the trial of former public officials under both the current and previous administration. And I can say for a fact that this is a systemic issue in prosecution method and, of course, judicial delays. Unfortunately, this is something that we've come to see over time. But the part that really gets to me, a similar case of the Sambo Dasuki 2015-2019, overlapping into Buhari's era. His trial over alleged 2.1 billion arms deal, yes, also, was stalled repeatedly due to disputes over admissibility of evidence and claims of rights and violations. So these are very serious conversations within the judicial system. But the question now is the judiciary deliberately stalling high-profile corruption trials to protect political elites, and at what cost, really? Because this is a major question, in the minds of some of the Nigerians who are keenly watching the situation of the former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele. Again, this, I must say, it's a trial getting extremely long, and for some persons, they just look at the situation and say, look, this is a high-profile case. It is supposed to get expedite, conviction and all of that.
with all of the evidences that, the EFCC claims that they have. But, sometimes we ask ourselves, why do international courts succeed in convicting Nigerian officials while domestic courts in Nigeria are drawn in procedural delays? And this question stems from the fact that the situation of the former Deputy Senate Leader, Ekweremadu in the UK, is clear in our eyes. I mean, there was clear conviction, there was, clear decision of the court. But, and of course, the courts now in the UK, not in Nigeria, you then ask yourself, if international courts can quickly, with the very evidence that they have in their hands, convict Nigerian officials in Nigeria, we have stored, a procedural ruling to the point of months and years, and then we don't have convictions in the end. And these people consistently stay in detention for the longest of time. And what happens after such case, Nigerians don't get to know. The judicial system should do better with the timing of how these individuals can be prosecuted, convicted if possible, if they are found guilty, and we move on. Not the stalling of court proceedings. $4.5 billion allegedly on the path of former CBN governor. It's not a joke when I dare say this morning, because that money alone, 4.5 billion. Okay, this is my position this morning. The judiciary should do better with conviction. Once the trial lawyers are doing their rights of asking the question, the defendants are doing everything by defending whatever question they are asked, and the judges see to the fact that these court proceedings get to the very end, not stalling. That is, of course, going to be wasting precious time. And of course, Nigerians will lose faith in the judiciary as a result of that. This is my position this morning.
When you use the word, this is your position, I don't know, are you playing football? Are you playing the striking position? Are you playing defensive midfield?
Oh, well, on this matter, really, that's really where I'm going to stand.
David, let's call it spade a spade. If Emefiele was you and I, for example, if it were to be us, I think this decision would have actually, been made, and sentence would have actually been done. Now, I see no reason why we keep petting what we're meant to talk about. If Emefiele had actually worked better, for the emergence and, of course, the entry of this present government, I think I'm fine if I'm talking as an analyst for this particular section, right?
Of course, it's a banter position, so we have to.
If Emefiele had worked, for this particular administration, I don't think Emefiele would be where he is today. Let's call it spade a spade. If Emefiele had not decided to join that particular, WhatsApp group of printing new notes because they want to affect one particular man, I don't think Emefiele would be where he is today. Anyone can actually ask me, why do you think so? With all of the level of corruption? Yes. We also have somebody from Kogi State.
Oh, he's working free.
He's working free. We also have someone from Delta State, Okowa. Till now, EFCC says they said they are doing something about it. Have we heard anything?
And the same person seems to be a sole candidate for a senatorial district.
That's the simple definition of all of this conversation we're having this morning.
Quite unfortunate, really.
No, so if we want to call it, let's just say it out here. There's nothing, we don't see. At this point, I think we don't have to pet any conversation. Whosoever I'm calling your name, if you feel you want to shoot me from the TV, do it. That's the latest now that is going on. And afterwards you say, oh, it was just a figure of speech. It's as simple as that. What are we saying?
Oh dear.
Emefiele is going through this because he knows what he has actually done. But guess what? Politics will always prevail. Some people backdoor are still saying, Your Excellency, please, temper justice. See, let me tell you the irony of what is happening in Nigeria to an extent. So elections are won in court, not, at the polls. Do you understand? But justice is being given, at closed door meetings, not at the court. I think this should actually be, written boldly that this is my quote for 2026. And of course, they would say, Your Excellency, please, this man, whatever. Because a man that I know his hometown. So I have been to Delta. Okowa is from Ikanot, right? And his house to Okowa is not even far at all. And when I saw his properties, it is all white. That is the same place. Okay, maybe I shouldn't call the rest of them out. But I think it is, it looks like you getting a country home and you called me, oh, Savior, please. Around my vicinity, we have good properties and all of that. And I also come. Then we also call Jerry, we call, all of our colleagues. Do you understand? So this is yours from here to here. This is mine from here to here. And we keep buying. And my question, what are you doing with this mini estate?
Oh, well.
You don't even come home. You don't even stay there. So if you want to do anything, do it. And if the federal government knows that they are still begging on his behalf, just let the man go free. But now, let me come to that of the innocent, Nigerians that have also gone through all of this. So I think it's now a new normal that you have any issue, you are being remanded, and sometimes you don't even get opportunity of hearing yet, and you stay there. Hence, this other almighty fuel seller to the terrorists.
Oh, yeah.
Don't want to mention his name. If the court is actually, set him free, who am I to say no? Do you understand? Now, he has stayed beyond, a decade, beyond 10 years. And now the court actually, sentenced him for 10 years imprisonment. But he's actually stayed there more than that. Hence, the court said, let him go.
Right.
Do you understand?
Right.
So we also have, innocent people who have not been tried, who have not,
But just wallowing in jail.
They're just there in jail, waiting for any date,
trial.
That they will get a date for the trial and all of that. So I think our judiciary, needs to do better. But not only that, I think it's high time that we know why we call them judiciary, and I think it's high time they also know why they actually are judiciary, because I see no reason why judiciary would be fraternizing with the executive arm, of a government, receiving homes,
With
receiving duplex, receiving mansions, a bulk of flats, and none of them can actually sue us, because we have the track records from Rivers State now to Abuja. So, but the cases, I think it's high time that we really take, cognizance of all of these things. I'm talking to the judiciary now. And I saw a laudable faith, when it comes to the judiciary system. We're told that they've actually moved from manual to digital, and they've started. But I don't know how broad this particular implementation has actually, taken place. Maybe it is in interstate already or in some cities and all of that. But we just want a situation where, judges can be assigned to different cases, simultaneously. They can handle more than 10 cases, and people can get their hearing dates and all of that, so that this whole situation, can be rested. Basically, that's all I would say. But I think Emefiele is actually enjoying himself, because anytime he comes out for any court appearance, he always come with Bible. So I think it's fine. No, I must say this.
Someone at the confinement of a particular place is the one he said is enjoying himself.
He's reading Bible and it comes out fresh.
Okay.
No, if you want me to say more than that,
Let's move.
Don't forget a socialite Bobrisky also said, and I quote, should I say allegedly? Okay, yes, allegedly. He said that he was not in jail for that period of, was it 6 months or 1 year of his sentence? They extradited him. Is he extradited? No, they took him off from there and they took him to a wonderful hotel, a 5-star hotel in Abuja, where he relaxed. So he didn't actually stay in Kuje prison. So anything is possible in Nigeria. As far as you have money, you can be smuggled out of that particular place. I am not saying this is the modus operandi, and I am not also saying that this is what is being done. But all I'm just saying is that we want clarity, if the government wants to, convict anybody, if the government wants to actually prosecute anybody, do what you have to do at the right time. And of course, for all of our prison warders, you have to do better. We've heard a lot, but we can actually talk about it now. Let's move on. Since it's still about the federal government, the federal government has actually drawn a line, on the growing trend of people parading themselves as ambassadors, or let's say envoys, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, warning that only President Bola Tinubu has the legal authority to appoint and accredit ambassadors, and anything outside that process now amounts to impersonation. The ministry said it's cracking down individuals and groups who illegally confer or adopt diplomatic ties along with fake passports, IDs, and even branded ambassador labels used for status or business, stressing that such acts are criminal and will be prosecuted. Officials are now working with security and enforcement agencies to track offenders as government moves to clean up what it described as a growing abuse of diplomatic identity. The warning also hits brand influencers and organizations using brand ambassadors title loosely, making it clear that recognition does not equal diplomatic status, signaling a tougher, more aggressive enforcement phase ahead. All right, I love this particular word from the federal government. And now I might be, I might be sounding a bit off, but I think it is needed. Now, when you say that a brand ambassador should not use the word ambassador, I don't know what you actually mean by that. Now, for example, David is signed, by any multinational company. David, I can actually call you brand ambassador. And not only that, in our organization, if I were to be working there, I can actually say Ambassador David. We paid you. Do you understand? We paid you millions, so I think it's safe to actually, use that word. But I understand that was on the light and I understand why the federal government is saying this. The reason why I said that I might be coming a bit off is that I would like to talk about this particular ambassadorial appointment and, of course, the envoy, the so-called envoy that has been appointed. If we're talking about ambassadorial appointments today, almost all of them were rejected. So, which one are we praising exactly? Is it the few that were allowed in? They were told that any government that's less than, a year would not be recognized. So should we actually say we have 95% of ambassadors in the country representing us elsewhere? No, I can't say so.
Oh, well.
But
Are you implying that that is the reason why we have fake ambassadors?
No, I'll come to that, but I'm trying to talk to my government. I just hope they will not shoot me from the TV.
Jesus Christ.
So, but basically, is it about the ambassador that we've actually heard over time that, they rejected them back to back? Well, let's hope that some of them that were accepted will do us right and will do better to represent us in those countries. But now, when we talk about ambassadorial, positions or envoys, to another country, I don't think it should be a thing that should be trivialized. And if you're watching me right now and you actually use that particular, title before your name, Ambassador A, Ambassador this, Ambassador that, and you were not conferred or you were not appointed by the presidency, you should, actually desist from that particular, title. It is totally wrong, and you can't use this, first, it is actually criminal as an offense, but you can't actually use this, to represent the nation when you're not formally, appointed, because we would actually think of you, as a fraudulent person. So you should actually, look for a way to reach out to, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to see how you can be conferred or appointed. And of course, I am hoping it is based on merit. But if it is politically laced, whatsoever way you can actually get it, but please go through the right channels. That's all I would say. This is totally wrong, and we're not in support of it, David.
All right, then. Because of time, really, maybe I'll just say one or two things.
You have to say more than two.
The first one is the fact that you emphasize on the impact at which fake ambassadors give to the economy, and that is where I want to stand this morning, because the economic implication of this is that fake ambassadors often exploit their status to secure contracts, and of course
they are not representing us, so
evade taxes.
They are not representing Nigeria,
money,
please,
so to say. But on the international space, that clearly is a dent on the Nigerian status. We would only tell those who are involved in this, and I hear that some of these guys have some political figures backing them up, which is again another situation that we need to consistently investigate thoroughly.
Now you know why I said Nigeria's conversation cannot be talked, in one day.
Yeah, very true, very true. And to think that it's not about the first time it happened. I mean, during the Jonathan era as well, it of course the fake ambassadors that were caught as well. Even during the 1999 to 2007 Obasanjo era, you find the same thing happening. So it means that this has been a very unsafe trend that has been on for a while. But the most important part of this conversation is that disease from it, you who is doing it, because trust me, the arms of the law is going to get you pretty soon. And I can tell part of this conversation is that disease from it, you who is doing it, because trust me, the arms of the law is going to get you pretty soon. And I can tell you for the fact that the moment they got you, you are going in for it. That is my position. Because of our time, we'll take a very short break now. When we return, we'll be looking at what the front pages of the national dailies are saying on a beautiful Saturday morning like today. We urge you to stay with us. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
Hear some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen.
Well, thank you so very much for staying with us. We jump straight into looking at what the front pages of the national dailies are saying this beautiful morning. And I will be starting off with the Saturday Sun. But let me also let you know that we have our guest in the studio who is going to help us make sense of the stories that made it to our table this morning. And of course, our guest virtually is also joined us as well. And I'm talking about Dr. Peter Anosike. He is an author, a philosopher, development economist, best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Let's introduce him first. Doctor, a very good morning to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Also, we have with us, joined us virtually, Barrister Eze Liche. He is an attorney at law and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. I understand he's already in virtually. Let's establish communication with him. Barrister, a very good morning to you, sir, and thank you for joining the conversation this morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me on.
All right, then. From our Benin studio, we also have joined us virtually William Sediaye. He is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. He's executive member of the advisory board of Obedient Movement in Benin City. A very good morning to you, Mr. William Sediaye, and thank you for joining the conversation this morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, then let's jump right into the front pages before we get to the main story. Like I said earlier, I'm starting off with the Saturday Sun. The banner headline here reads, States Police, IGP under fire over 60 months takeoff proposal. Ethnic nationalities, that's the sub-writer, ethnic nationalities, Northern Coalition, Afenifere, Igbo groups, MBE, others reject plan. Coalition urges Tinubu to fast-track process with executive order. Now, these are the sub-rider of that particular headline. IGP under fire over 60 months takeoff proposal. I'm talking about the state police. Above the nameplates there, other headlines read, how APC, ADC, PDP convention will shape party's fate. The sub-writer, PDP asks INEC to withdraw Ion's recognition as national scribe after court ruling. You can read that up inside page 22 and 29 of the Saturday Sun. Other headlines, Benue abduction. The dark clothes helped me escape from kidnappers. This is a survivor reeling his ordeal. Trip unauthorized driver in police. Trip unauthorized driver in police custody. Of course, that's another sub-writer of that headline. All your schools struggle despite 459 billion naira education budget in 10 years. The sub-writer, why huge spending hasn't improved learning outcomes, education developments. That's inside page 4 and 5 of the Saturday Sun. Brazilian firm Petrobras teams up with Arthur Eze's Oranto Petroleum in offshore oil block operations in Central Africa. I take that again for emphasis. Brazilian firm Petrobras teams up with Arthur Eze's Oranto Petroleum in offshore oil block operations in Central Africa. And then other headlines there at 102, I still do my morning exercise. This is coming from Madam Iyabode Ladipo, the subwriter there. It's God's grace that I don't use eyeglasses, walking stick. Ah, beautiful story there. And of course, you can read that inside page 11 of the Saturday Sun. What it takes to succeed in Nollywood, Mary John is saying this inside page 15, and that is it on the front page of the Saturday Sun.
And of course, I'll be moving quickly to Saturday Punch. The banner headline says a family beg as kidnappers go silent. Subwriter to that particular conversation. We just want to hear their voices. Right, says the relative. Kwara, Borno, Niger, Kaduna, Zamfara was it. Terrorists boast of converting victims to Islam. It's quite a very, a serious one there. And of course, we have uncovered Lagos factory selling newborns for 1 million naira.
Wow.
This is Nigeria.
Wow.
Why military commanders are falling on front lines. 10 senior officers killed in 7 months. This is actually on page 4, so you can actually go through a particular one. Surviving domestic violence inspired my podcast. This is coming from Ayo Adesoya, the Nollywood actress there. Of course, we also have I was baited with acid meant for my brother, Anambra graduates. Right, Lagos frees policemen who killed 6 traders over land. DCP Falana fumes. Right, mixed reaction after Tinubu signed 68.32 trillion naira 2026 budget. And of course, we have petrol prices to crash as Strait of Hormuz reopens. We're actually hoping that that particular one would actually come to existence. Yeah.
All right, and from there on, let's move straight to the Weekend Trust. I dare say that the pictorial at the front page of the Weekend Trust is the reason why I am taking this particular newspaper. But the banner headline there, and of course, which of course embodies the pictorial of the Weekend Trust, reads APC governorship tickets, imposition or consensus. Yeah, there you have it. That's the pictorial I'm talking about. And of course, above that headline, school resumption. Fuel price hike pushes parents to tough choices. Oh dear. Tinubu extends 2025 budget to June the 30th, assent to 2026 budget. Nigerians battle with counterfeit medicines. Benue attack, how doctors captured us. And then birth attendants, the struggle between affordability and survival. Well, these are the headlines right there at the front page of the Weekend Trust. And of course, that also will bring us to the point where we would let our analysts that I've introduced to us before now have a say on one of the headlines that we, read earlier. And I would like to start off from the studio here. Doctor, which of these headlines would you want to react to? And please help us do it within a space of 30 seconds because we're really pressed for time to jump into the main conversation.
I want to react to the front page of Punch.
Okay.
Which says that we want to hear their voice, understand me? So the truth is that we are looking at this insecurity the wrong way. We think that the system is broken. It is not. It is not. Understand?
When you say the system, you referring to the security apparatus?
The security apparatus.
Okay.
So we are looking at the problem. Some people are benefiting from this. Understand me? And that's, so the system is not broken. It is working as designed. And as long as some people are benefiting, it will not come to an end. Understand me? As long as some people are benefiting from this thing going on in the country, it will not come to an end.
at the expense of the lives of Nigerians.
They don't care. It's not their business.
And Doctor,
what gets to their bank, understand, is their main concern. They don't care how many people that dies.
Okay, so the president of the Senate also said, a few days ago that this is political, that 2 weeks after election, that all of this particular insecurity would die down. What do you think about that, sir?
Well, they used the same tactics in 2014, 2015.
They.
Okay. So they don't care how many people die as long as they get their ambition realized.
All right, then.
So the system is not broken. It is working as they designed it.
Okay.
Let's take this conversation to Barrister Eze Luche. Barrister, thank you so very much for still staying with us. What part of the headlines would you want to react to as well from the front pages that were reeled out a couple of minutes ago?
I think what struck me most was the front page of the Sun newspaper that talked about a 60-year program to have state police. I think it's rather sad that the Sun newspaper that talked about 60 months program.
Yes.
Yes. It shows just shifting the goalpost. The problem is at hand, and rather than address it directly, you're still shifting it by 5 more years. For what? Some of us are even opined that the issue we don't need now is not even state police. Okay. We need local government police. We need village police. We need police for every facet of human cohabitation. Because policing is local, it's grassroots. It's not policing is not a up-down approach. It's rather it's a bottom-up approach. So I mean, the 60-month extension of program is as much as not even agreeing to have to decentralize the police. Nigeria is about the only country in the world I know about that has a centralized police. Why do we always rank unique in all the negatives? We will not be the only country that progresses on the people that are really becoming being pulled out of poverty. Rather, it's always the negative. So I think people are investing seriously in the underdevelopment and the insecurity of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, and thank you so very much, Barrister. Let's take this conversation to Edo State, where William Edia is also standing by. Williams, your position on any of the headlines, maybe in 30 seconds because of our time, really.
Yeah, the same issue of state police, because that has been one of the major challenges we are in security. So if you approve state police, we are definitely going to also see local government police. The issue of gathering information, helping NSA, Nigeria's intelligence, helping them to gather information, is when you have these people, this issue decentralized. To decentralize the police, definitely are going to have local government police. Local government police immediately are the one who are going to see over the forest. So farmers will have security. So gather information, because any issue that is happening, kidnapping, armed robbery, whatever it is, they go into the forest to hide. So local government police will also see to that, because yet state police definitely are getting local government police. Local government has police sending information to tackle crimes and then see how to fish out these people in our forests. Thank you.
All right, and thank you so very much for your submission there. Because of our time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the front pages of the national dailies this beautiful morning. We'll jump straight into the conversation, but that will be after this very short break. President Bola Tinubu signs record 68.32 trillion naira 2026 budget as Nigeria extend 2025 spending budget plan to fast-track projects. These and more after this break. Please stay. All right, glad to have you back. It is still the morning buzz right here on Voice of the People television. Let's jump into the conversation proper. President Bola Tinubu has signed Nigeria's 2026 appropriation bill, approving a record 68.32 trillion naira budget, which, and of course, while also extending the implementation of the 2025 budget to June the 30th, 2026 to allow completion of ongoing projects. The new spending plan allocates 4.799 trillion naira to statutory transfers, 15.8 trillion naira to debt service, and I beg your pardon, 15.4 trillion naira to recurrent expenditure, and a striking 32.2 trillion naira to capital projects, almost half of the entire budget. Well, the presidency says a strong capital allocation signals a push for infrastructure, security, economic stability, and inclusive growth under the Renewed Hope agenda. The numbers, however, set the stage for intense debate among analysts as debt servicing remains enormous and overlapping budget timelines highlights the pressure on public financing. While the government argues the extension will improve project completion, value for money, and revenue reforms, the scale of spending reflects both ambitious economic goals and the growing fiscal strain shaping Nigeria's economic direction. Oh well. We're still having in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike, who again, like I said earlier, is a philosopher, development economist, and of course, best-selling author. He's here also in the capacity of the public and political affairs analyst and commentator. He's going to help us make sense of these stories and more. And also joined us virtually, Barrister Eze Luche. Barrister Eze Luche is an attorney at law and also a public and political affairs analyst. From our Benin studio as well, we have Williams Diaye, public and political affairs analyst and commentator, and also executive member of the advisory board of the Obedient Movement. Now, let me start off from Benin City for some very interesting reason. Williams, again, this conversation about the budget is one that seems to be making the front burner, and of course, Nigerians are asking questions about the budget. Is truly the budget, I'm talking about the 68.32 trillion naira budget, a genuine economic plan? Because this is a question that opposition figures have been, asking questions about. I know I'm going to still come to Dr. Peter Anosike on the financing part, but let me ask you from your perspective, looking at this budget, the government has actually reeled out how these fundings will be allocated, and to think that for capital expenditure, over half of the budget is going into it, 32.2 trillion is going into a capital project. How does this make you feel first?
Yes, it's that okay. There is a deliberate approach projects, but over the years, we are using this administration as yardstick now. We've not seen a tangible evidence to justify amount of money budgeted. The only star project of this administration is the Coastal Highway, and up to now we've not seen improvements. We only see people traveling down there, giving us social media along video, trying to justify the abysmal project, the abysmal organization. They are investing that too. With this 32.something trillion, we see that project, and then improvement in our power sector. You understand? Because this is something that drives the economy of any nation. The improvement of power sector, and then security. You understand? When you invest this on that, improving technology, because we've seen over time that the Nigerian force will be having issue about terrorism. So improve technological funding for them. All this will go a long way in developing. I only said so the economy can blossom, so they can have a strong balance in our economy. And then if there must be strong balance in the economy, then these are the things that must happen. You must have tangible evidence, tangible infrastructural approach, so that can fast track our economic improvements. You understand?
All right. Well, I'm still going to stay with you. You just said that we must have tangible economic improvement. Now, I started with you because just yesterday I saw a report of the governor of your state that clearly was, of course, showing around an artist. I'm talking about Idris Abdul Karim, where your governor was showing him around and showing him around on 3 days ago. Yes, 3 days ago. 3 days ago, where he was showing him around on projects, and he did say something quite germane. And he said, and I quote, that he should go and tell the people that this is what the president is doing as a result of giving them allocation. Now, that got me aback.
David, no, David, the reason why I need to come in here is because Idris Abdul Karim actually mentioned what is not working both in the state and in the federal government at a particular event.
Yeah.
And that event center was sealed after that particular performance the next day. Hence that particular peripheral, that, whatever that the governor had to invite.
That's the reason for the invite.
that's it. So please, let's clear it. Please go ahead.
I mean, that's about it. So laying the emphasis now, looking at that particular conversation, would you say that, again, not forgetting as well that the 2025 budget is being extended to June this year?
June 30.
June 30. Now, is that a clear proof that Nigeria's fiscal discipline has collapsed?
It has not only collapsed, it's collapsing more. Because whatever you see, just like my Johnson Meyer friend was saying there, that is just like justify whatsoever was done, sealing of the investment center, because you cannot continue to deprive people freedom of expression. The young man was saying the obvious, and he was saying it. Up to now, I don't know what if that investment center has been open. Probably they just bring people come and say, okay, the president is doing in our state. See, for crying out loud, it is the responsibility of the government that the citizen will benefit. It's not as if it's an important thing that once it's been done, we don't even have rights to ask for more or to make sure that we criticize that what it's that is that right where they took the Idris Abdul Karim to, it was Benin Saple Road. Up still battling to complete that project. It started all the way from they approved it all the way from a Basaki Association. Probably they didn't want to do it because the issue of between federal FACA and all that, the bridges and all that. And then immediately it came in, they started doing it. You understand? So I can tell you where they are and what they've done. They should have taken down, people down to the bypass. If you're taking it down to the bypass, let's see what's going on there. Nothing is happening there. Where they're just between limits and country home. Down to a Rock of Ages and those areas. That's what that kind of thing that they've done. And then the debris that the flyover that is about to be unnecessary flyover that is about to be constructed there. The money that you use it to construct the flyover, you have used it to even do roads that will ease traffic. So they should start painting issues which is not a reflection of what the budget is talking about.
All right, then. Let's bring this conversation back to the studio before I I know how much Savior is actually itching to ask that question to Barrister.
No, because I'm boiling, but it's fine.
Let's bring it back to the studio. Doctor, debt servicing, 15.8 trillion naira. How much of sustainability concern is this figure on the economy? Now, I come to you as an economist right now because when we're servicing debt to that level, there must be some level of concern. Plus, the fact that overlapping budgets risk fiscal indiscipline, as it were. How much of a concern is this, really?
The issue, what we are seeing is corruption and lack of capacity on the part of this government. Do you know that since 2024, we've been running a single budget? Single budget. And you can never achieve what you cannot measure.
Now, Doctor.
You can never achieve what you cannot measure.
I'm so sorry to wanting to streamline your thoughts here. You did mention that since 2024, we've been running just one single budget.
They call this consolidated budget.
Now, is this new one that they call consolidated?
Is this current one? Is this current one that is
No,
being called consolidated?
2025 consolidated at 2024. 2026 is consolidated 2025. Because they are confused.
Consolidation.
They are confused. They don't know what to do. These people just came with one single mindset. PDP has ruled for 16 years. We must rule for 16 years. Nothing, no other agenda. Understand me? And that's why this confusion is coming. So for 30 good years, one single budget. We don't know the performance of 2024 budget. We don't know the performance of the 2025 budget. The National Assembly are not asking any question. The National Assembly is not asking any question to what is the percentage of performance of 2024 budget of 2025. How can you achieve what you cannot measure? So for me, all they are judging is lumping figures together, deceiving those who don't know.
Now, the part of accounting for the last budget is actually a statutory law which was supposed to be carried out. Please confirm if I'm wrong.
No, it is before you pass 2026 budget, yes, you should have an idea of the performance of the 2025. Of the previous budget,
yes.
But no questions were asked.
Why do you think that is happening?
Because the National Assembly has become a department of the executive. Understand? So all they are doing is just like native base. Whatever the executive bring, they will open their mouth, it will enter. Understand? They don't have any right that to make a decision that's of their own.
Doctor, before we go to Barrister, there are concerns about inflationary pressure worsening should spending not match revenue reforms. How much of this sentiment do you share as well on the budget, on this present past bill?
What Tinubu is doing, one, I've never seen any financial intelligence on the part of the president and the presidency. Understand? There's no financial intelligence at all. All he's doing is just borrowing to show that is and wasting it. What projects is going on in the country now, apart from their fraudulent Calabar Coastal Way and
Badagry
Sokoto.
That's it.
Any other thing?
I'm waiting for another one.
Any other thing? Nothing is going on in the country. All they are doing is just appropriating money to buy votes next year. So nothing really is going on in the country. Nigerians must not be deceived by this government.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Peter Anosike. David, thank you for releasing me finally.
I wasn't holding you, man.
All right, let me bring this to Barrister Izeluche. Barrister, good morning. Barrister, are you there? Good morning to you, please.
I am very much here. I hope you're hearing me.
All right,
loud and clear. I'm happy that you are back in Nigeria so we can actually talk about our country here. Now, Barrister, just like what Dr. Peter Anosike, mentioned, we've had several issues, with this particular administration. I'm not talking, as someone who is trying to, criticize them, but I'm only talking about, clarity here. If we are to talk about the national project we have presently, Calabar Coastal Highway and of course Badagry Sokoto, that's all that we can actually talk about. We keep hearing that they are doing more, which we've not seen. That's one. Now, Barrister, it was very fast for the National Assembly, which in person, Senator Solomon Adiola, right, who we call, popularly known as Yai, who they just gave a consensus candidacy of Ogun State, who is the person in charge of appropriation bill. I followed him closely before this particular, signing, and he said he signed about 1,000 and whatever copies on his desk that day, hoping that the presidency would actually attend to it, which the president also thanked, the National Assembly for signing, for approving this particular one, and of course, the president signed it immediately. Now, when we talk about our budget, our debt level, we keep borrowing. And I've asked several questions. Why are we borrowing and we're not seeing the reason why we're borrowing? The president mentioned recently, through the presidency, he said that Nigerians were not paying tax, or the tax that Nigerians were paying was not really okay, or it was not yielding results. But now Nigerians will actually pay tax that would actually, reflect in their life. That was what that particular, memo was actually saying when I actually went through it. And Barrister, 15.8 trillion to debt servicing alone. We're servicing, we have not paid. We didn't say we have paid. 15.4 trillion recurrent expenditure. Barrister, in this same country that we're in, the last budget of last year has been given a grace to end in the first quarter of a new year, June 30, meaning that 2026 budget has not started at all, or will not start, or cannot even start, because we have to see the end of that particular one. So what will happen from January 2026 till June, off record, is just a question. I'm not saying it. So in July 2026 to December, what would happen? Barrister, you have to give me clarity on this. And please talk from the legal perspective of this particular conversation, because we need clarity in this country. It shouldn't look like some of us don't actually know, why we are Nigerians.
Well, thank you very much. I think when they hear that Nigeria is a crime scene, one of the things that addresses that reality is our relationship with the budget. Section 80 and 81 of the Nigerian Constitution provides that no kobo should be spent from the federal revenue without appropriation, without a budget. And it also, Section 80 forbids anticipatory approvals. That when you spend, believing that it must be approved. But you see this government doing this repeatedly. They keep on committing crimes. They keep on committing unconstitutional acts in the name of a budget and appropriations. Let me give you a core example. When Mr. President traveled to the United Kingdom, he signed loans, 746 million pounds loans for a project for the port revalidation, only to come back to Nigeria and apply to the National Assembly to approve the funds for what he has already signed for. That is anticipatory approval. That is a crime. That is an unconstitutional act. So when somebody like Lateef Fagbemi is the Minister of Justice, when the Nigerian Constitution is being flouted on a daily basis, you shiver, you ask yourself, what has become of the so-called title of Senior Docket of Nigeria? Because the budget is Mr. President is not signing, and the lack of even implementation continues to make Nigeria a crime scene, the government itself a crime scene, because it rules as if national funds is in the back pocket of Mr. President. Whatever he wants, he puts his hand in his back pocket and pays for it. That was how the so-called Lagos Calabar Coastal Project was signed. Less than barely coming into government, he announced it, and that the money was already paid. Who appropriated, who budgeted for it? I mean, and coming back to what you asked about the way this 60-something trillion is being shared, about 25%, which is 15 trillion, for debt servicing, not even debt repayment. Because there's no cover for debt repayment.
We're not paying the debt. It's just servicing.
We're not servicing the debt. And then you have 15 trillion again, and 95% for recurring. What is this recurring? Let us not blow big grammar. This is what is used to pay for it, about almost 30 BAs or SAs Mr. President has on media only. 30 BAs on media. And they went over almost 200-300 BAs. In any sensible administration, when you say there is economic downturn, what you do is you cut down on overhead. You cut down on wastages. From those who speak for Mr. President, you hear Renomobri saying something, and another is talking. All of them FA on media. And that is how we come to this 15 trillion wastage. And they talk of the remaining of about 50% on capital expenditures. It's a lie. Why do I say it's a lie? In the immediate last budget, when we were coming for the last budget presentations, you hear people like the Minister of Health telling us point blank that we got less than 36 million, despite over several billions allocated to this ministry. You even have some ministries come and tell Nigerians that they did not get a dime. They did not get a dime from what was allocated in the budget. Now you ask yourself this question. The budget is not a joke. When it is signed into law, it becomes a law. It means that you must back it up. You must pay for it. You must allocate funds based on what is in that document. So the funds meant for the Ministry of Health, for the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, that don't get to them. Where did these funds go? And let me answer that question in bit for some of those who don't know. It is these funds that are misappropriated to fund for the $9 million Nuhu Ribado's office paid for PR to a lobbying group in Washington, D.C. So you see that this is a cacophony of criminality. And when they want to sign this budget, you see Mr. President come there, and you see the ministers, CBN government, as if they are doing anything meaningful. They are actually committing crimes, even the day he signs that budget. So we only hope that a government will come and hold these characters accountable for the various crimes they are committing.
All right, Barry.
So the so-called investigated and prosecuted.
Yes. Barry, sir, thank you so much. Now, let me just stay with you for a few more minutes. You talked about, how budget is being signed into law, and of course, it becomes, a law. Now, well, you talked about the health sector, which I think we should not even go into. Almost all of us, on this, table or in this room, and of course, you joining us virtually, we all have, hospital cards from private hospitals, not because we do not like state-owned hospitals or federal hospitals, but because they've been neglected and, the necessary equipment, things that we expect them to have, are not there. And of course, some of them have actually decided to rather leave the country than to stay here. But let's leave the health sector. Of course, you would see that our Nigerian doctors are going on and off, strike because of this. They now look like Nigerian NEPA lights, off and on. National grid collapse today and up today tomorrow. But let me stay on the security part. When several budgets is signed in this country, usually we hear a certain amount of money go to the security, for security, and we usually hope that the country will be safe enough. A country that is not safe cannot thrive, cannot prosper. We don't even know how to explain ourselves when it comes to 2025 budget, which has not been totally concluded. And we've actually seen what has happened, a spillover of insecurity, insurgents in this country. Now we have 2026 budget that even more, was actually given to the security architecture of this country. But, Barrister, how do we account or how do we hold the government accountable for all of these things? Because tomorrow you would hear that, we have different equipment, different technologies, air this, air that, blah, blah, blah. And they are still misfiring. Innocents are still going. Innocent people are still dying. Tomorrow you would hear that our personnel are not overwhelmed. But it's not looking like that. How many generals have we lost? So how do we actually hold these people accountable? What should be done? How should we actually look at this particular budget? If you say this is actually going for security, and would confirm that, yes, we've actually used it for security. We just need clarity.
No, the reality is this. When you have somebody who has a track record of criminality as your president, you can only expect crime to thrive. Whatever funds that are related to the defense sector will disappear in the wings, with the wings. Just like that of the health, transport, they will disappear in the wings. you hear generals. In fact, there was a video of a general who was complaining on video, asking for weapons and ammunition that his soldiers were. What did the Ministry of Defense do? They removed him and they punished him for daring to speak out. He shouldn't have spoken out quite well. But then he was desperate. He was in the field of battle and he knew he was facing imminent death. So the only thing he could do was complain. And I thank God he complained. Because the one that died not long ago in Borno perhaps did not complain well enough. And it cost him his life. So the reality is this: the money will continue to disappear. They will tell you that because of the insecurity, they are giving the highest segment of the budget to defense.
Sorry to interrupt. You continue for emphasis. The Punch newspaper has it this morning that 10 senior officers have been killed in 7 months.
7 months, Barry.
10 senior officers of the military. So you can continue, just for emphasis, so we understand.
Yes, I'm sure they were referring to brigadiers and generals, but also you have colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, captains. These are all human beings. They are fathers, they are brothers, they are relatives. So the cost on the Nigerian defense area is huge. Some of us have posited that those who misappropriate the should be charged for murder.
Okay.
Not just financial issues. Now, why do I say this? Because directly, when you deprive our soldiers of the means to protect themselves and they get it, you have directly led to their death. Because they now confront people who will kill them. And by their training, they are not supposed to just withdraw. So those who misappropriate the funds for the health, for the defense sector, should be charged for either manslaughter or murder. Okay. And it also applies to various sectors, including the health.
All right, Barrister.
Yes.
All right, Barrister. Thank you so much for that particular wonderful submission of yours. Let me take it to our Benin studios. Williams, are you there?
I'm with you. I'm here.
All right. Williams, the presidency says the strong capital allocation signals a push for infrastructure, security, economic stability, and inclusive growth under the renewed hope agenda. We've touched, security, and of course, Dr. Anosike, touched infrastructure, which we only talked about the Calabar-Lagos Coastal Highway, and of course, Badagry-Sokoto, highway. Let's talk about economic stability and the inclusive growth. The inclusive growth, I would like to actually ask, because some of us don't actually know what that inclusive growth means, because about sometime early, this year, because some of us don't actually know what that inclusive growth means, because about sometime early, this year, we heard that they disbursed a certain amount of money to about how many Nigerians. I've been asking on my shows, if you have seen that money, let us know. Come out and say that you received it. Till date, we have not seen anybody, but, I'll raise that particular one. So I'd like you to pick on that particular economic stability. This is what the presidency have actually said. What do you think about that?
Yes, I'm glad you raised that part of it. I'm still waiting to see people who have benefited from that. Probably
are you telling me that you have not seen them in Benin? Are you saying you have not seen them in Benin?
I'm still waiting. Probably I'm only seeing the city boys moving around with brand new buses. Probably those are the people who are benefiting. You understand? Because now when you talk about economic stability and economic improvement, it means you are deliberately going to invest, pumping money into trade banks, pumping money into investing in the youth population, the youth. Now, there's one young man I met one of the TV station in those states where he went for a program, and he is a shoemaker, and he said up to today they are still battling of deep leather in water soaked for 7 days or more just to produce leather. And then he will tell that there are already advanced method of making sure you put this leather into process. They applied, they've talked about these issues, and then there's no government response. Now you are talking about economic improvement. How do you improve the economy when you don't invest? That you know that the Nigerian youth, the people are even struggling to battle just to put food on the table and also to create employment. You don't just put words on it and then you don't match it with action. The money you're supposed to use for this, you put them, they are not okay. Anybody who have received from those disbursements, I tell you and categorically tell you that people who are loyal to them, they are extended. People who have done, who have sweat, who the blood really gushing out, probably that was mistaken. So now we're talking about that. You also have to pump in money into investment banks. What is the interest rates for loans? Is the loans are they be accessible? Is it even accessible to the common man?
Interesting.
Okay, what have you done? What market have you created? What's real? Okay, now bless you, my brother. He was strange up to article talking about the Jakarta Steel company and all that. And then one of the place I saw that video, I dropped a little comment. What have you done about it? What has this government done about it? There's one thing to privatize. There's another thing to also support. Now, if you say you are budgeting money for that, because up to this moment, up to this budget, for a Jakarta Steel company, for workers, people who are not the workers. What is going on there? So if you know that, yes. If you know that it's a ghost issue, somewhere that is abandoned and a reckless project, why you that is talking now, change up to somebody? Why are you still investing and pumping money in that place? So where is the money going to?
All right, then.
So having that ghost workers or probably that nobody, but they're just projecting money and then the money is being some fund.
Well, thank you so very
so
much.
So why not put the Jakarta let people be working and then let that workers there?
We're really pressed for time. Thank you so very much, Williams, for your submission there. Let's round up this conversation and, of course, jump to the next one with Doctor in the studio here. Doctor, again, I'm going to come to you on the part of the economy. As it stands from this particular budget, we understand that 15.8 trillion naira of this present budget that have been signed into law is what we're going for debt servicing. What is going to be the impact when debt servicing is rivaling with capital expenditure?
Well, I want to start with the security.
Yes, you can't.
Doctor, I was waiting because I know you are going to respond to that particular
budget. Now, the question is, you are talking of insecurity in the country. What is the budget performance of security in 2024 budget? Do you know? Because a budget has 3 stages. 1, being signed into law, then approval and the disbursement.
Yes.
Did anybody defend the budget, security budget performance in the Senate? Nobody. None. Understand me? So how do we know if the money that was budgeted was really approved and disbursed? So assuming somebody comes to maybe the Minister of State, the Minister of Defense. Comes and tells us the budget performance on security is 60%, 70%. We know actually that something was done. But right now, we are in the dark. We don't know whether it was really approved and disbursed. Understand? Mm-hmm. So that's where the madness starts from this budgeting thing. That's where it starts. Then on the economy.
Yes.
On the area of economy, you cannot have a robust economy where there's insecurity. Anywhere there's insecurity, there can never be development. So right now, we have insecurity, we have epileptic power supply. That's why they can only mention Dangote a refinery and nothing more. And mind you,
that's a private business.
It was Buhari that commissioned it, not even this government. But if you ask them, what have you done in the area of job creation, they will say Dangote a refinery, which is a private...
is it our own?
A private business.
That's the thing. So it's not for Nigeria. Our own refinery is in coma.
On the area of security and the economy, this government is zero.
Okay.
Understand me? Then for you to be using 25% of your budget on debt servicing.
That's my concern.
Not even payments. Not even payment.
That's what I want you to talk about.
The one that you did not pay, interest is accruing on it.
Yes.
And that's why, as of yesterday, every Nigerian is owing 740,000 naira.
I'll find a way to pay you.
Okay, so doctor, I think at this point, David, you would allow me. I think at this point, doctor, I don't know if you have any spare 50 million. So when I borrow it from you, what I have to do is David, we have to look for a way to be servicing doctor. You understand? We're not even paying him back immediately. We're learning from the best. So what are we saying?
Unfortunately, we're trying to make a joke of it, but it is
really, really painful. Why should we be servicing all of this?
That's why I'm highly disappointed in Tinubu. I thought that he would have done better in the area of economy than Buhari, because Buhari came from the barracks, but Tinubu came from the private sector. So my thinking was that he would do better than Buhari, but he disappointed big time.
Okay, the same disappointment you actually talked about is what the ADC chieftain, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, also said. He said he also expected so much from the president, but he's disappointed.
He disappointed big time.
Talking about the ADC crisis, Jakarta role, and fresh legal battles intensify Nigerians' march towards the 2027 elections. Of course, this particular conversation is what we need to actually look into. Fresh political tensions brewing inside the African Democratic Congress as factional chairman Nafi Bala declared the April 14 convention led by David Mark null and void, citing court orders allege that forgery and absence of INEC, of course, at the event. The dispute signals deepening internal fractures, just as the United Kingdom confirms it will deploy observers for Nigerians' 2027 elections and begin engagement with electoral authorities, placing the country's democratic credibility under growing international scrutiny ahead of primaries and campaign season. At the same time, Bola Tinubu has reignited a political fire by criticizing Atiku Abubakar over the privatization of Jakarta Steel Company, despite continued budget allocation to the idle plant. While new legal battles over election tribunals in Abuja raise concerns about compliance with the Electoral Act 2006, together, these clashes spotlights party instability, international oversight, and long-standing governance question as Nigeria move deeper into the 2027 election circle. Let me take it to my brother in Benin Studios. Hello, Williams, are you there?
Yeah, I'm with you.
The reason why I need to bring it to you, I think it's safe to say that I need to add prophets to your name. While you were actually talking about the budget situation, when I actually asked you, you touched a bit of the Ajakuta, but of course now it is actually coming back to you. So that's why I'm saying that you're a prophet. Now, Williams, we've actually seen, back and forth with the ADC. And of course, ADC has decided to, go through with that particular convention, even if they were actually deprived of, several venues until they scaled through with a particular one, which I was happy that when they got that particular venue, I think there was no proper, AC installation there. So they were all hot. Yes, I also want them to feel the heat that Nigerians are feeling, regardless of opposition, to know that Nigerians, they call Nigerians. No, because you and I can have this in our house. But what about, any ordinary Nigerian? Do you understand what I'm saying? So I love the fact that they were actually fanning themselves and they were also sweating. So I love that fact. So that if at all they would actually, get, into power by God's grace, that's what they're saying. They would actually know how to take care of Nigerians. But now, ADC looks like they're really going through a lot right now, with Nafi Bala not backing down. The other time we heard that Atiku was suspended from Adamawa State, in their party. And of course, we've heard, several, will I call it, web of crisis in ADC. Now, the one I want you to really talk about when it comes to this ADC's conversation is about the question that was asked, Mr. Peter Obi was asked that question. Would you leave the ADC if you don't win the primaries? He said, I want the primaries to be free and fair. He didn't answer the question. And they asked him again, if Atiku clinches on that particular ticket, would you support Atiku Abubakar? He said again, if the primaries is free and fair, because I don't have a dime to give to anybody, and I don't want the primaries to be transactional. That's one. Now, secondly, when Atiku Abubakar granted a media parley recently, about 4 days ago on Wednesday, it was also asked, would you support any other candidate if they pick that particular candidate over you? And he said, and I quote, that the first that the ADC would do is to think of a consensus candidacy. If that negotiation fails, then we would go into direct primaries. If that negotiation fails, he didn't talk about Obi. He didn't say he will or he will not. If that negotiation fails, meaning that if they decide to pick anybody today and he's not in, he might decide to say no. And Amechi has made it clear that he's not in support of any consensus candidacy, that he wants direct primaries. Now, this is what we have on the table. Gladiators in one formidable opposition party. The party is going through different crises, but we don't also know how they will fix their internal issues in the coming weeks, because it's just less than how many weeks? And some would call it a month or whatever, but in just how many weeks, everybody will be thinking of direct primaries. What do you make of this ADC's deeper situation, if I'm safe to actually, or allowed to use that word?
Yes, it's a deeper situation, and they will continue to see some deep issues as far as the ruling party is concerned, just to continue to throw them off balance. Then, starting from the convention does have to hold, because they discover that they have to put INEC, they put the judiciary under pressure. So they are pushing them to act. They just need to do something that the Congress took place. Remember, there's 3 court issues. That's of the main one, the Bala challenging the and then Mark only in his court trying to say, okay, establish his own authority over the party and then stay of execution. And then 2, the 7 chairmen who are saying, okay, don't recognize Mark. And then remember on the 14th, the Mark-led solicitors, they actually withdrew part of that one in the Supreme Court, left the stay of execution, probably for a reason. And then the convention just have to go. They're talking about this, the pairing now, which is one of the major issues they have to do. There is Obi Kwankwaso, and we've not seen Atiku or who, we've not seen Amechi or who, but the Obi Kwankwaso is becoming to gather momentum. And then after the convention, remember, the president had to respond, and the response is part of what we have been deliberating. And then they said they are trying to scare me. Scared. If the convention is not about his own body, then why is the president responding? You are just leaving these people, let them be doing their thing. And they're going into it deeply. Then Obi, in his own is kind of very, very free person. You have to make everything fair and fair. But from his statement, as at 2023, was not that political. And that was one of the things I was very angry about in this Nigeria. You must play Nigeria politics. And then coming to Atiku, Atiku is the big he has the money to spend. When you put him in politics, put him in the primaries, he's definitely going to beat you. If you are not smart, he's definitely going to beat you, because he's a negotiator. He's just like Tinubu too. He's a negotiator. He knows how to get big wins. And then, frankly speaking, if you go in depth with this current form of bourgeois, heavyweight politicians, if you even want to dance to the tune of Atiku, because they are all part of his own caucus. Because he is actually the brain box of this issue. Just that they just needed Obi to come, so to gather legitimacy and then see some attraction from the youth. And then, okay, fine. Obedient and all that. He must give us Obi, and then they say he had a compass. See, I'm telling you, if ADC must survive, the Amashi issue is just there. He is just like a little fish in the sea. ADC must survive. They must come to realize that no matter it is, you have to feed in something that will trouble the ruling party. Okay. And whatever it is troubling the ruling party now is already the big conquest of stuff that is trying to.
Okay.
So simple as that.
All right. Thank you so much, Williams, for that particular, wonderful submission of yours. Let me bring it back to the studio, Doctor. I know that you really, love the ADC, and of course, you wish them well. When I use the word love, I'm not saying that you're partisan, but of course, you wish them well. Doctor, we're having a very, serious issue here, and let me bring it to the table. One article was, asked at the media party granted. Article said that Jonathan was inexperienced, which Ruben Abati, replied him by telling him he was rude to have used such word, on his previous boss, But he said Jonathan was inexperienced. He said he expected, in your words, that's why I'm coming to you, that he expected more from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on economy, just like you said. But he's disappointed. And he used the word, this is the reason why I am saying that when people from the states come to the federal level, they don't have experience to actually handle it. He said he has been, in the federal corridors. He has been, in the corridors of power. And not only that, as at the time that he was called upon, of course, he came from Adamawa, where he was newly, elected, and he won his gubernatorial election. But of course, he was called upon to come and become the vice president. And he said the president, just came out from, the prison as a den, and he said he did almost all the politicking. He was the one, through the approval of the president, went to diaspora to pick some of the people who actually worked in the administration. Now, he said several things when it comes to just one person coming from, or a candidate who comes from a state level, being a governor, wants to be president. And if he has said all of that, after he had answered indirectly the question of either he would support Obi or not. Of course, Obi is also in that particular fray. Doctor, do you think Atiku is the only one that is qualified? Because Amechi also said in this word that Atiku, based on his fundamental human rights, he can actually contest. But let us consider age. That it would be 80, Tinubu 79. So Amechi said, that presidency needs someone who is young and, that has stamina. And he made recourse of the Benin Republic, having a 49-year-old president. Doctor, I would like you to talk about experience and inexperience from the people in ADC, because this is actually an internal situation now.
Well, for me, what Amechi, P2B, and
situation now.
Well, for me, what Amechi,